Hi guys, can you hear me now? Sorry about that. Here. Let's figure out. Um, mhm. Yep. It seems when my computer died, so did everything I had set up. So this is gonna be fun to figure out on a live stream. Oh boy. Audio, we can hear, yeah. Haha. Defaults, that's not, okay. I don't wanna, okay. That's not. So this isn't working. That's not working. I don't. Hmm. Hmm. So, for whatever reason, there is no background music, and I'm trying to fix that. Yup. It's gonna be one of those, Okay, never mind. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. Okay, we're figuring it out. Figuring it out. We're figuring it out. It's back. We can hear the all is well. Actually, no. No well cooler. Okay. So, if you didn't hear what I had to say, it's been 8 fucking minutes, and I was muted the whole time. Because there's no audio. Wow, this is a great stream. I love it. So good. How about we rerun that poll so you guys can select the right option this time? Um, Paprika's 11 feet tall. Quit law, bro. The Lakers need you. Oh, buddy. How I had missed this. Oh my god, how I've missed this. Yeah. So while I run that poll, does anyone have any questions for me? If you choose for me to read the whole chapter again, I'm just gonna do it. I'm not gonna run the poll a third time. I'm just, yeah. Excuse that noise. Here, this fanfic is inherently not sane no matter what this is about. Didn't we do this poll already? Exactamundo. 12 votes, 12 viewers. Guess what? We're only reading Gaster. Fuck all of you. Fuck you. Make me read the entire fic. Guys, I like the trial scene too. However, there's like a little problem known as like, I get really loud when I stream. Oh, God. You guys wanted me to read 90 some odd pages of this bullshit. Oh god, why did I write so much of this? Why did I write so much of this? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's just gonna get longer. This is the trial still going. Will it live? No, Sophia, we aren't gonna do what? What aren't you gonna do? Fanfic gave me an outlet for my delusions. I believe you should try creative writing if that's the case. Holy guacamole, at 8, YouTube must be good enough friends to be root. I forgot about the carry-L. I'm gonna be honest. I was too worried about my computer and about, like, saving the video I was working on and working on, like, comics and stuff that I completely fucking forgot about the carry-L stuff. Okay, let's go down. How long is the Gaster stuff? I like how Google doesn't recognize Muffet as a word, despite the fact that Little Miss Muffet has been a nursery rhyme for hundreds of years at this point. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know, I'm just saying Google should recognize that as a word because it is a fucking word. You know what I mean? Whatever. Carrie will kill the computer word. It's literally just this one that's so long. We're not even halfway done, chat. We're not even halfway done. We haven't even gotten to like half the scenes I wanted. There was going to be a scene where Azrael like confronted Toriel in prison. And he was like, "Yo, mom, why'd you blow up the city? That's fucking nuts, dude." And then there would be a scene where Carol took Toriel out of prison and like pushed her into like a luxury apartment for like house arrest or whatever by pulling all the strings she had left. And it would be like this like really kind of sad like thing for her to do and like pathetic, but whatever. And I was gonna have this scene where like everyone had their own like little training arcs and stuff. And I was gonna like have like I was gonna have like Chris show Birdley around Castletown, and then I would have Noelle do the Doke stare around Chris, and it would be really funny. And then I was gonna have so much shit chat, and we're not even to the end of the goddamn chapter. I don't know how long this is gonna be. Don't forget the cage match. That's what we were going to build up to. That's what we were going to build up. That's why Noelle was going to be suspicious of Chris. Noelle was going to be like, wait a minute. How did you know that my dad was in danger? Wait a minute. How'd you know this? How'd you know that? Susie didn't tell you that. I looked at her phone. It was going to be like that you sacrificed my dad, didn't you? Like write those scenes. Please, simply to peek. Go back and write those scenes. Those scenes are further down. Those scenes are further down after this scene. After this fucking scene. We are going to have all of that. But we need to get past it because the trial took forever. And we all know the trial was the best scene in the goddamn fic. We all know that. I'm losing my fucking marbles. I'm losing my marbles. Okay, whatever. Seems like Chris won't be joining. Whatever, we're all the way back up. There was always Plan B. Yeah, see, that was what Plan B was gonna be. Plan B was gonna be like this really sad shit. Whatever. You got this, girl. Lock it. How many more streams of this are going to be? At this point, I'm going to be streaming this until like the end of Deltarune. Until like 2029 when Chapter 7 comes out. And I'm still going to be writing this shit. Everyone's gonna know me as, oh yeah, she kind of makes video essays sometimes. She started making comics, but she's mainly known for Deltarune fanfiction. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Whatever. Now that Chris is in the Dark World, you guys can make choices. That's what I did with Chris. That's right, I remember. We can make Sophia angrier than she was last year. I'm not angry. I'm just... I'm tired. I'm so tired. Is this what writing novels are like? Is this what novelists feel like when they realize that they can't fit everything into one book? So they have to stretch it out across like a franchise, except this is far stupider. Because the only way I can make money off of this is through streaming. And all you guys do is be like, oh, what is Engineer from TF2 gonna kiss Tracer from Overwatch in the middle of Castletown? What are they gonna have a sloppy makeout session? I'm gonna be like, I don't know, chat. I don't fucking know. Because I don't want to resort to those characters. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Okay, me. Some fanfiction is going to start happening in future chapters. You make video essays. I'm so fucking done, dude. I'm going to log off from life, dude. I'm going to log off from life. Make that right now. I mean this in the most loving, caring, appreciative, admiring, adoring, enthralling, enchanted, respectful, genuine, curious, interested way, kind way. What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know. Oh my god. Sophia losing her will to live, buddy. I lost that 50 streams back with Hollow Knight. Let's go. All right. 5:46 p.m. because 5:45 p.m. would be too convenient. Rudy sat alone in his hospital room, bored as hell. I don't even remember what happens in OG Deltarune at this point, man. I'm just making this shit up as I go along, man. It's peak yaoi. So wait, do you actually have suggestions? Yes, I take suggestions from chat for the story. That's why you guys are here. Let me join the stream. 0 places. What the fuck? I will be reading out. I need to go. Okay. So, like, for 2 years, I read nothing but Yuri manga. And let me tell you what that does to your brain. It ruins it. It ruins it. It destroys it. I wonder if yaoi is any different. I'm not going to check to find out. But yeah, no. You cease being a human once you become like a himijoshi, I believe. You cease becoming human. You actually transcend humanity. Actually, you descend from humanity and become this low feral beast known as a girl failure. And what that means is that you become addicted to Monster Energy drinks. You don't leave your room and sunlight becomes fatal. You're basically a vampire except without any of the super strength. It's a fucking awesome, dude. You should try it. Anyway, the cool thing about Chris is if you ship them with a girl, it's Yuri, and if you ship them with a guy, it's yaoi. See, that's what I was saying on stream, but then everyone was like, no, Sophia, it's straight. It's straight. It'd be straight anyways. I don't... I want yaoi, woohoo. Wait until the curdly scenes! Alright. Rudely sat alone in his hospital room, bored as hell. Apparently, Toriel's trial was today, but that stupid doctor wouldn't... Okay, I think I've officially lost my shit. Wouldn't let him... Excuse me. Support his wife and his best friend. What a quack. God, if he could kick his ass. Noelle had been spending more and more time with Susie, which made sense. Yuri for life. And he was happy for her, but God was just agonizing. Reading this would be more deadly than the Black Death. Boo, blasphemy is based. What the fuck are we doing? Okay. What a quack, he could kick his ass. Noelle had been spending more and more time with Susie, which made sense. And he was happy for her, but God was just agonizing. I want so many clips from these streams to go everywhere. You have no idea what I mean. Like, I feel like so many clips from the streams could be, like, clipped together in, like, one of those videos. Because all I do is, like, crash out and get angry at you guys all the time. This is Deltarune's Bible. Yep. He turned over to his side. His lids became heavy. Mom's spaghetti. I'm not writing that in. How well. There was always tomorrow for dreams to come true. And then he closed his eyes and drifted to sleep. Suddenly, the fluorescent lights of the hospital room shut off. The room grew darker yet darker. Oh, I fucking wonder who it is, chat. Oh, my boys, I wonder who it is. The door to Rudy's hospital room opened, and a familiar man walked inside of it. Very interesting. It seems that Chris won't be joining us for the evening. What the fuck is playing? I didn't add this to the... Did I add this to the playlist? Hold on. Because if so, it's very fitting. This is like a Game Boy remix of Amalgam. Oh my god, I did add it. I'm restarting it. Let's peek. No. Alright. Very interesting. It seems that Chris won't be joining us for the evening. No matter. The string of events has happened before, and it will likely happen again. He snapped his fingers, and a grotesque skull appeared. I just finished reading Homestuck last week, and oh my, is it strange. What even is the outline of this fanfic? There is no outline. Okay, so here's a writing tip for you. I have been trying to get a comic series off the floor for the last now 3 years. Literally every time I have written an outline for a series of events to happen, it becomes way too overwhelming and I fall into my creation. And that isn't exactly fun. So, I've decided to do something called the if it seems cool, do it method. And what that's called is basically you're writing by the seat of your ass. You have a general idea for how you want things to go, which characters you want to die, which plot pieces you want to happen. But aside from that, you don't know everything. You don't plot everything, because that would fucking drive you insane. It would drive you up the wall. That wall right there, you would be up of it all the time. And to save your own sanity, you need to take a page out of Akira Toriyama's book. And what that book is called Writing by the Seat of Your Pants, buddy. So you are going to do that. You're going to do that, and if it doesn't work out, it's cool, because you can change it, because you're writing by the seat of your pants. Hopefully you don't publish it. Hopefully you're writing a book or something and not a TV show. I don't know. That's my writing advice. Rule 1 of Sophia Club is to tell everyone to out of the street. Sophia goes by rule of cool. I feel like all writers go by rule of cool. You know what I mean? All writers, I feel like a lot of writers deep down never really stopped being children. And that's why they can imagine such worlds and amazing stories and such. So I feel like rule of cool is just inherent to writing itself. Because everyone wants their characters to do something really fucking cool. Like you could see this in like Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings came out in the 1930s. 1930s, you think like pish posh whatever, and then you just see them like dramatically throwing rings into volcanoes, and then some demon gremlin guy jumps out and grabs it as he melts into a volcano. That is rule of cool shit right there. The main villain of Lord of the Rings is Tolkien's edgy OC, who aura farms constantly. That's what Sauron is. And if it's good enough for Tolkien, it's good enough for me. That's how it's my logic. This shit is so cool. If you cool it, do you rule it? buddy. I rule all the cools. All right, let's go. He snapped his fingers and a grotesque skull appeared. It then unhinged its jaw, firing a beam of pure light, illuminating the room with a cold luminescence. There were the remains of Mr. Holiday as he slowly turned to dust. Lord of the Rings came out in the 1950s. God damn it, I mean The Hobbit. Ah, you son of a bitch, you got me. I'm a dumbass. Bye-bye, guys. You're doing this while I write a Cromer fanfic for Loomis Company? Okay. Bye, Genosans. Alright. Whatever. But you get what I mean, right? And comic books especially operate off of rule of cool. So much dumb bullshit in comics is just the result of rule of cool. Oh, look, Iron Man built a solar panel ring around the sun. That's impossible. That's stupid. Is it cool? Fuck yeah, it is. Doctor Strange's nemesis is a fucking flame demon man who owns like 20 dimensions and 20 bitches. That's stupid, but is it cool? Fuck yeah, it is. And manga, there's so many examples of this. Literally all shonen manga is like a big rule of cool dick measuring contest between writers, I feel. You know what I mean? Oh look, Goku becomes God. Yeah. A lot of stories take place in the boring real world, like Don Quixote. It's arguably the most acclaimed book ever. The comic I'm writing right now takes place in the real world, except it's very unhinged, and I feel like if I described anything that happened out of it, you guys would probably say, Sophia, what the fuck is wrong with you? So that's why I'm not going to do it, and I'm just going to wait until the inevitable drawing streams, where I draw out the damn comic so I can get paid for drawing on stream. And then you guys can see what's wrong with me. 'Cause, you know... Anyway. Cold Luminescence. The remains of Mr. Holiday. I will say this, writing is easier than making comics. It makes me wonder if I should just write a book series or something. The man stood there. Just how many times had he gone through with this? He lost count. We already say, Sophia, what the fuck is wrong with you? No. You will say, Sophia, what the actual fuck is wrong with you. Several times, and I'll just laugh. I'll fucking laugh, and and laugh, and I won't be able to stop. And it'll get to the point where it's kind of funny, but in a sad way, like you know, like a dog shitting itself, and then it'll get to the point where it becomes annoying, and then you switch off the stream, and then you click back on it, and I'm still laughing. Because the answer is, chat, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I write fan fictions. I make videos, I guess. This isn't the way anyone thought anything would work, and yet somehow it does. And the more you complain about it, the less it makes sense. So you should really just stop thinking and just enjoy life before you die and everyone forgets about you. That's the lesson from the stream. Is this a cry for help? No. No, it's not. This is a bit. Guys, this is a bit. This is a work. This is a work. Guys, I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. Come on. Guys, if this was a cry for help, I'd be in therapy, not streaming. This is a cry for help. Is Soapy Poopy okay? My video. Ciao, Soap. My video reached 100 views. Fuck yeah! Alright, anyway. He stepped forward and lifted a scalpel from his pocket. I don't understand why this word exists and why it's so hard to spell. Because you hear the word scalpel and you think, okay, that's spelled like apple, but it's fucking not, dude. Whatever. From his pocket, it glowed with familiarity. He flew to the floor with the flick of his wrist, and then, after the pillar of light appeared, smoke billowed from the floor. The man put on a mask and walked into the smoke. I'm gonna say Halloween mask. A plastic Halloween mask, yeah. Why was it so genuine? It's called being a good actor, I guess. Y'all are dying, Lamog. Scalpel, I found fun value. This is too genuine. There's no way she's doing it. Guys, come on, it's a bit. Okay. Chat, I implore you. There's this thing out there called pro wrestling. Every night there, these big beefy men and women, because there are beefy women, and that's always a good thing. They go on stage and they do this thing called cut a promo. And what they do is they grab the mic like this, and they talk in a way that seems genuine, but it's not. It's not. It's a work. It's a bit, basically. And if you believe it, you're a fucking mark. Anyway, we're going on. We're continuing. We're doing this. What the fuck does pro wrestling have to do with anything? With you crashing out while writing fan fiction? Yes, you can add lines, okay? We're just rereading. We're rereading. That's what we're doing. And then smoke vanishing behind it. Alright. 6:30 p.m. I feel like this should be a random time, like 6:33 or 6:32. Because having things go exactly on the dot seems inauthentic to me, you know what I mean? How often does something actually happen at the time you want it to happen? Usually it happens a few minutes later or a few minutes before. So, I don't know, I'm gonna change it to 6:33. It appears now I have been defeated. I will return to my prior state. Did I miss a chapter? Who the fuck is Mark? If you don't know who Mark is, the Mark is you. Alright. Honestly. Mark, I made a mistake. It's hard to forget sometimes that I'm basically babysitting a bunch of children every time I do one of these. And that's just gonna be the way things are forever. Yeah. Yeah. I started watching One Piece again, Chad. I really like Skypiea so far. That's all I have to say. Anyway. Thanks for coming with me, Susie. Fuck you. You have to suffer with my Noelle voice. Noelle said giddily. It had been a while since she and Susie had gone to see her dad.
Yeah, no problem. It's been a while anyway. It's been a while since I did this fuck-ass voice, too. Oh, hell yeah. You know, like, a few people say, like, this is, like, canon accurate, Susie, and that makes me pretty happy, you know? It means, like, one of my voices is, like, actually good. Whatever that's worth.
Anyway, One Piece is so good. Please keep watching. Yeah, I will. Snack time yet? Buddy, we just fucking started. Anyway, the two girls walked forward. Pretty gay. But as they opened the door to Rudy's room, room over there, black smoke came out of it and the hallway was engulfed in darkness. Pretty sussy if you ask me, Chad. What the... Oh, wait.
What the hell? A dark world? Who the hell opened a dark world in your dad's room?
Okay, good to see that chat's having a normal one. It's totally cool. You know what else is pretty cool? Muscles. I like drawing muscles. Nothing else much to say. Okay. Next Undertale stream one. I don't know. I just got my computer back. I'll see if we can do one this weekend, but I don't know. I don't know if that'll happen. Muscles on who? Muscles on women, dude. Anyway,
What the hell? A dark world? Who the hell opened a dark world in your dad's room?
Noelle just walked forward with a cold feeling in her chest. She could feel it. There was something in there that she did not want to face. Susie put her hand on Noelle's shoulder. There's a period there. I'm not making that joke.
You good?
Yeah, just... Noelle couldn't bring herself to speak. Susie tapped her phone.
Look, it's okay. I texted Chris. If anything's wrong, they'll be here, right?
They don't show up for like 30 fucking pages, Susie. I don't know. Maybe you need to get better friends, because clearly this Chris fellow is a fair weather piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry. The playlist is looping. Give me a second. You know that like sensation in shonen anime where the characters realize they've been walking in circles the whole time? That's what I felt when the playlist restarted. And it did the thing. So now I have to click like a random video in the playlist, and then it'll get caught on that loop again, because that's just what happens with big YouTube playlists. I've noticed, because I make big playlists because I like listening to music when I like draw and do stuff outside of this. But now there is nothing outside of this. This is all that exists, all that ever will be. There is no life outside of this. Not anymore. Not for you, nor I, nor anyone who has ever... Okay, I'm going to stop the bit now. Here. I realize I can't, like, joke, because like, a lot of people can't tell when I'm joking, because I have a very monotone, masculine voice. So, like, a lot of people... Unless you do a fucking voice, people can't tell. And I realized, because, like, everyone was, like, legit worried for me. Which is very sweet, but, like, you know. By the way, Beta Susie sprites look weird. Her bangs were way too, like, weird. But, whatever. Thoughts on Korra? I have not seen Avatar, dude. I'm the one fucking Gen Z person who has not seen Avatar. And I know that's abnormal because legitimately every single person born in my generation and even before then has like opinions on Avatar. My little cousins will probably have opinions on Avatar before I do. And that's just because the show, despite doing a lot of things I love, being like this fantasy mesh of times, like taking place in like the 1930s, just doesn't really seem that interesting to me at all. And like I can put up with like a lot of stuff. Some of that filler in book 1, dude, is so like hard to get through that it just legitimately makes me want to die. A slow, painful, drawn out death. Because that would be more preferable to watching Aang explain how to make up some lie about I forget what it was. It was like the two people, they didn't like each other and they wanted to fight, and then Aang was like, no, I met your village elders, they were just like babies and they just like wanted a ball. And then that was excruciating, dude. I hated that. I need to stop joking. I'm so unserious. Oh my god. Anyway, didn't watch Avatar, but it's same Pokemon season 7 straight. 7 times straight. Magnet. I'm more like that Magnet than anything. Okay. This is a very weird situation. I'm acting more unhinged than you guys right now. Which I suppose makes sense. I wrote this damn thing. However, this is weird. Usually I react to something dumb you say, and I come off as the cool Alpha Sigma, like epic, I'm not going to say the words that are in my head that I am, and but I'm not coming off that way. I'm coming off like some weird loser who writes fan fiction all day. And that's not very Sigma at all. Alright.
Look, it's okay. Text it Chris. If anything goes wrong, they'll be here, okay?
Yeah, it takes forever for fucking Chris to show up. Yeah, there weren't cute bird boys. Chris had to like take a while. Like it's like the I sleep real shit. It's like
Chris, we need your help. There's a dark room.
Chris, I'm gay. Let's fuck. Like I don't know. It's like one of those memes. I feel like now everyone's gonna suggest I write really really gross stuff about these teenage characters now because that's what they always do, and that's cringe. But we're just gonna move on. Yeah.
So come on, let's investigate. I'm sure your dad needs help in there.
Thoughts on Twilight? I read Twilight when I was 10 years old. I read halfway through the first book, and oh boy, let me tell you, my mom lent me one of her copies. Because she really loved the book series, see? She wasn't ashamed of that, like she should have been. And let me tell you, I have never met a more insufferable cast of characters. Main character girl has no personality. Vampire fuckboy, is a dickhead. And werewolf guy is a possessive weirdo. So, frankly, I can't see why that got so popular, but to be honest, a lot of other things aimed towards straight women do the exact same thing. They have like a very milquetoast main character girl who just exists for the reader to put themselves into, and they have like these very generic guy characters, most of which are usually assholes. I'm not sure why. And then it continues on like that. And I'm not a fan of that, so I don't usually go out of my way to read it, because believe it or not, when I'm not a fan of something, I don't like engaging with it that much. So, you know. Is Twilight a fanfic of something? No, that's, I believe that's, I want to say Grey's Anatomy, no, it's the weird sex one. It's like, 50 Shades of Grey, that's what it is. 50 Shades of Grey was a Twilight fanfic that was repackaged as a new novel. because it was, and from what I hear, that series is also terrible. So, I mean, it's already not my thing. Like times 3, so I'm never gonna check it out. I don't think. I don't know. I don't know, unless there was like a cute girl who walked up to me and was like, "Hey, Sophia, you wanna watch all of 50 Shades of Grey?" Then yeah, I would do it. In a heartbeat, I'd do it. In a fucking nanosecond, I'd do it. You know why? Because a cute girl told me to. God. My life's a mess. Anyway,
Come on, it's just a dark world, Kay.
Noel Galt. Susie was right. Comma. There was no reason to be afraid, so they held hands and walked in. This is a reference to Inverted Fate. In the Rift arc, Frisk and Kara, I almost said Chris and Kara. Frisk and Kara basically hold hands every time they go into a new rift, and I thought that was really cute, so I wanted to reference that here. It's a tiny thing. I never explained that before, I don't think, so there you go. Wait, what? Sophia, thoughts on Toonies? Canadian $2 coin. I'm not Canadian, so I wouldn't know, but based on the name, I'd have to say it's probably close to like a silver dollar, which is like this coin here in America that's $1. And I really wish that all money was still coins instead of being paper. I mean, it doesn't matter now because like everything's like, because money is just some hypothetical value you store on a fucking piece of plastic card. That means nothing. Yet it defines your life. Basically, that's what money is. I don't understand why we ever strayed away from coin currency, honestly. I prefer the feel of coins to paper. Maybe that's just me. I've always preferred the, like, hard, smooth feel of metal to, like, the rough, like, weirdly, like, dry feeling of paper, and that's coming from an artist. This is the autism speaking. Coins are also, like, more fun to play with. I like the jingly sound coins make. To me, that sounds like money to me. But, I don't know. I wish all money was still coins, basically. I mean, if all money is just going to be, like, some number stored on your bank account anyway, then why not? Why not have it just be coins? Coins work as a blunt object. True. If you're ever getting mugged, if someone ever asks for your money, just, like, take a roll of nickels and hypothetically here, this is hypothetical, so YouTube doesn't sue me. You would hypothetically wrap your hand around that roll of nickels. And then, you know, what you do with your hand with full of nickels is really up to the imagination. But I will say this, the human jaw is about as strong as driftwood. So do with that information as you will. Anyway, slam. The door closed behind them. And it's been almost an hour and we are not even into the fucking fight. Oh my god. What does a wallet make? What sound does a wallet make? I don't know. Jingle sounds? Having lots of coins is fun, although having a bag of coins sounds so fun. How come we just strayed away from carrying all money in bags? Like, old-timey stuff sucked. Don't get me wrong. But that was fun. That was whimsical. That was inventive. That was, Wallets are just... Wallets are leather prisons. That's what they are. That's what they are. They encase your money there, and they never leave. Pirate coded. Maybe I am pirate coded. I don't know. Though if I was born in the pirate era, I would probably be like the 1700s. I probably, you know, would not have a good time. Let's just put it lightly. Anyway. Slam. The door closed behind them.
damn it, not again!
Susie screamed before looking at the world around her. It looked like they were in a padded cell. There was a rusted-looking door in front of them. As the two proceeded forward, Noelle reached out, not knowing what was on the other end of the door. With a reassuring grin from Susie, it's the Somali pirates. I think we should take a lesson from historic China, put holes on our coins and keep them in strings. Wasn't that Japan, or was that both? Because I know, like, I remember, because I took Japanese in high school, that my sensei, which is what she had us call her, because she was a weeb, and she let me read JoJo in class and draw dicks on other students. Anyway, she would explain to us why the coins had, like, square holes in them, and that was because they used to wear them around their belt. And that to me, that's so fun. I like that. That's fun. That's enjoyable. That's enjoyable history. So much history is just, yeah, and then the rapist murderer guy killed the other guy. And that's just like a bummer, dude. You know what I'm saying, man? A ton of gay people were... Well, shiver my timbers, you know. Let's swindle some pirate huzz, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck is wrong with me? Anyway, padded cell. With a reassuring grin from Susie, she turned the rusted handle and stepped forward to the room they found themselves in. It was massive. That's what she said. Alright, it was massive. It looked like it continued on for infinity. They were in a prison? No, an asylum. They were on but one floor. Millions. And millions! Alright. Pirate Huzz, the puzz. Started laughing hysterically at that. That's what she said joke. You guys have to know that I still like, okay, so, like on my walk, like every morning I take a walk, you know, just to stay in shape, and there's like all these like little, because there's like a school nearby my house, all the kids do, they take like chalk and they draw like dicks on the floor, like on the sidewalk, and that's the funniest shit to me. That's the funniest shit to me. It's funny. So, you're dealing with a massive child here. Don't be surprised. Anyway, millions. Each floor was like set up like a spiral staircase. Each floor had 15 rooms on each wall. They kept twisting downward into the depths.
Whoa, where the hell are we?
Susie turned to look at Noelle. She was awestruck with the world. It looked as if creation of a madman, but also an artistic genius. It was impossible for her not to be overcome without feeling something. There's another period there. Fun fact, Saint Hunefort is a folk giant in France from the 13th century. He's also a dog. What? I'm not a big history person. Based adulthood is a shit. Dude, all being an adult is like, basically fun is illegal. Like everything that's fun is illegal. Pay me thousands of dollars by the end of the month or else you can't live anywhere. And, by the way, you better know how to cook or else you're going to have to spend other thousands of dollars on food that'll slowly kill you over time. That's what being an adult is. Also, no one likes talking to you at all. So, in the words of the wise fourth Doctor, from the acclaimed British sci-fi series Doctor Who, what's the point of growing up if you can't be childish now again some days? He didn't say it like that. I don't remember the quote. It's been at least a year since I've seen that episode. I'm so old. Anyway, let's continue. There we go. Of a madman. Feeling something. I want to split up, Susie said, knowing it was a bad idea when she suggested it. Noelle instinctively clung to Susie's arm. Hell no! I wrote this to show that Noelle's personality had been affected by Susie. That is, which had been implied by the games. Because Noelle becomes like a lot more bold and a lot more like confident and like ruder and stuff. You aren't that old yet. Sophia watches Doctor Who. Fuck yeah, dude. I love Doctor Who. Sophia didn't outlaw Whimsy a few streams back. Sophia, what? Why are you woke, Sophia? I broke your computer. Sophia, what? What do you mean? Oh, character development in 2026. I wrote this back in 2025, whippersnapper. You ever... It's hard to ask this question on YouTube. However, it's one that's worth asking. Have you ever bitten into a tomato? Feeling the skin of the tomato basically just collapse under your teeth. And as you keep eating, you're rewarded with the sweet nectar of your conquest. You ever just like get the vibe, like the urge to just like eat everything? Okay, I need to stop before people put me in an asylum.
Okay, jeez, I was just asking.
There we go. Susie, no, why would I bite into a tomato? That has a horrible texture. Just to feel something break in between your teeth, dude. Okay, so in high school, I used to pack apples and tomatoes along with my lunch. And I would always be hungry afterwards. I would always eat the entire apple, seeds and all, the entire thing, down to the stem. The stem isn't edible. No matter how hard you try, you just can't eat it. It's basically wood after all. But the tomato's different. You can eat the whole thing. Oh, you ever get the urge to eat everything, Sophia? I think that's called pico. What do you mean? Let's do it till they eat everything part. What? I just thought, you know, if you could, if you could eat everything, would you? You know, that's what I'm asking. Sophia's insane. She eats whole tomatoes. Tomatoes suck ass, ketchup sucks. Dude, I hate ketchup though. Because ketchup's too sweet. It doesn't taste like a tomato at all. It doesn't fucking taste like it. And like with other things, that's fine. Like orange juice doesn't actually taste like a fucking orange. It doesn't taste like an orange. By the way, orange peels are a great source of fiber. But orange juice still tastes good. Ketchup, like, fucking tastes awful, dude. It tastes like shit. It's so sweet and vinegary. I hate it. I'm not surprising from garbage lover, Sophia. So, ketchup is so sour. What do you mean? You guys don't know that what ketchup is sour? No, it's not. Mustard is sour, and mustard is good. I just, alright. Sophia's secretly vegetarian. No. I love meat too much. Let me tell you all a story. I had this high school lunch group that I ate with. One of my friend's girlfriends, she'd always offer me like extra food because I was so hungry. But, you know, after I ate it, I'd still eat out of the trash because I was still hungry. And she'd always look at me with hatred and shit, dude. And it was just like, why was she so mad? I still don't understand. If you had the power to eat as much as possible, I don't see why no one would do it. I mean, after all, isn't that not like the fucking like law of the jungle and shit, dude? It's like eat or be eaten, dude. You know what I mean? I don't know. People are gonna clip this and be like, "Lolcow streamer 2026," and then you know they'll just like be stuck there, and I'll just be like alone with this stuff. Well, you guys eat pure artificial slop. I'm cursed with Europe. Mexican Coca-Cola is sweeter. I lose track of what we're reading because the next thing we know, we're talking about some random childhood story. Yeah. Sorry about that. I just get caught up in all these like random thoughts in my head. You know, this is gonna sound weird, but this is like weird. So you know like graffiti, right? Why is that like a crime? Why is it a crime to deface everything? The world is a canvas, and I don't see how painting buildings is any different from building them, you know what I mean? You know, the world is so stale and stagnant with all of its rules and stuff. It's just I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm getting at. Is there a point to anything I'm saying? I'm not sure myself. Sorry about that, chat. If this was recorded, I'd probably cut that whole thing out. Oh well, we live with our mistakes. And that's just how we keep going. I need to change the music. This is too depressing. And that sucks, America. Coca-Cola is... The thing is with soda, is you drink too much of it and your teeth feel weak. They start to dissolve and feel softer. It's just not the same, you know what I mean? I love pissing! What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, there we are. Chat's finally caught up to my freak. Took a while. Anyway,
Jeez, I was just asking.
which way? No, sorry.
So, which way do we go?
Noelle thought for a second she heard Chris's voice, but that would be impossible. She dug into her robe pocket, feeling the prick of the thorn ring. It felt comforting for some reason. We should go!
Down it is.
Remember, this is a choice that mattered. Susie said before dragging Noelle downward into the depths. I have this like visual sprite art in my head. They walked down over and over again. Their feet ached as they saw what must have been countless rooms. They continued onward to the bottom, but there was none. Just an empty path, and then suddenly... There we go. Do you think metal would be... If I could eat metal, I would eat metal. Same thing with wood. Graffiti is technically a form of vandalism. See, that's the thing. I don't get why vandalism is a crime. I shouldn't say that. Sorry, chat. We all draw We will all draw silly things with dry erase markers on Sophia when she falls asleep. Joke's on you. I already accounted for this outcome. Wood tastes good and so do rocks. Clothes taste gross. Yes, they do. One of the doors swung open. Susie, Noel? It was Ralsei.
Ralsei, how'd you get here?
Susie asked. Questioned. See, chat, I picked up stuff in school. Aside from, several cases of the flu.
I felt a dark he probably felt a dark presence or something.
No chimed in. Ralsei glared at her. We should delete inflation. Hell yeah. Sleepy time, hooray. Someone changed the pictures on Wikipedia. Some Is that vandalism fine? Well, great, man. Way to ruin my day. Wait, eating grass is harmful to human teeth? Wait, what? I'm looking that up right now, dude. There's no fucking way. Stay in my heart. I need to look this up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. Is grass harmful to human teeth? There's no way it is. It's such a sweet flavor. Yes, eating regular grass is harmful to human teeth because it's high in abrasive silica. I don't know what that means. Which wears on enamel of tooth over time. Okay, well, so does everything. Shouldn't caffeine and sugar be more harmful to human teeth? Whatever. Specialize that teeth will regrow and have different chewing motions. Some grasses, like wheatgrass, have oral health benefits when consumed as a juice or supplements. Chewing on long grass will cause significant dental wear, potential digestive issues, and offers little nutrition for humans. See what I mean, chat? When you become an adult, everything's illegal. Fuck this, man. You can't even eat grass anymore. Anyway. I fucking hate the government. True. Fun fact, the president is not meant to have... Wait. Sophia, please don't tell me you've been eating grass. Everyone does it, okay, man? You're telling me when you're, like, sitting under a tree, you don't, like, pick a stem of grass and put that in your mouth and slowly chew on it? You're telling me I'm alone in that? Because I've seen people do it. I'm not alone in that. I'm an avid sandpaper enjoyer. Wheatgrass, a flashback to that game theory. 3 more years until the end? Yeah, probably. Not everyone eats grass. What? Hey Sophia, I was sick as fuck yesterday, the day before. Okay. I'm gonna stop reading chat. Chat's just having a normal one. I'm deleting this from the playlist. This sounds like shit. I don't know why I included this. Maybe because it's just Toriel's theme and get it, Demon Toriel. But it sounds like ass, dude. It sounds like shit. You know what? I'm gonna delete you in the only way I know how. I'm not gonna reference that. That's glorifying a criminal. And not a fun criminal either, just I need to lock in. I need to lock in. Excuse me, chat. A fun criminal is someone who commits fun crimes. You know what I mean? Like stealing 40 cakes. That's fun. We like stealing cakes. You know, that's a fun crime like Lex Luthor did. You know what I mean, chat? You know what else is a fun crime? The Shibuya incident. I'm down with my man Kenjaku. But once you bring that Vincent Kennedy McMahon shit into things stop becoming fun and start becoming a dear God, why'd you do that? You deplorable piece of human garbage. So I can't even reference the thing I was gonna reference because then it would sound like I'm glorifying him, and I don't want to do that. I've already dug a deep enough grave for myself during the stream because I can't shut my mouth apparently tonight. It's fine. Al Capone, 4 years is crazy. Anyway, I felt a dark He probably felt a dark presence or something. No, chimed in, or else I glared at her. What? Whatever, Rousey said, walking in front of Noelle. Damn, what's his problem? Susie asked. Noelle didn't answer. She didn't know what Rousey's problem was. Rousey continued onward. It was weird. This is the first fountain anyone had opened since the incident. Hers wasn't here, meaning they couldn't seal it. Was this a trap? No, it couldn't be. Perhaps whoever made the fountain was just sloppy. Then Rousey got an idea. Wait a minute. No, they should have 3 dots. So that he's like, wait a minute. He turned one of the doors beside him and turned the... He turns to one of the doors beside him and turns the handle. I want to say open the handle. Saying turns twice, just fucking cringe. What he saw on the other side. Okay, so this next part is technically not true, because in chapter 4 you technically can go to a sealed dark world. You can go back to the first sanctuary dark world, to go get the dog dollar. This hasn't been explained though, so in the hometown incident lore, that shit's impossible. I'm sorry. Once a fountain's sealed, you can't go back. Sorry, buddy. Anyway. Oh. What he saw on the other side didn't make any sense. It was the Card Kingdom, but that was impossible. Chris had sealed that fountain months ago. He opened another door. It was Susie's dark world in the church. This didn't make any sense. See, I have to specify in the church because Susie might open another one. It didn't make any sense. Lightners couldn't travel from dark worlds like this, especially ones that had already been sealed. He then coughed. It felt cold. he opened another door. And inside was Castletown. What the fuck are you guys talking about? What the fuck are you guys okay, whatever. I scared away all the bitches. It's fine.
Yeah, or I'll say, wait for us.
He heard Susie say from the floor above him. This didn't make any sense. Why did the Dark World link to the others, and why? No, how could a Lightner make this? He needed more answers. He bolted down to the next door, but what he saw scared him. On the other end, he saw Cyberworld. That couldn't be right, because on the world he had experienced, Birdley had lived. And there in the middle of the doorway was Birdley encased in ice. What the heck? Before he felt a sharp pain in his chest. I wish I could play a song right here. Like the, there's this one song from, I need to switch the fucking music. Why is this song 4 fucking minutes long? It's the same thing over, whatever. It's fine. There's no need to get upset. There's no need for it. It's fine. This works. This is the credits theme for Delta Traveler, but it works. I cried myself unconscious. Crying yourself unconscious. What the fuck? Guys, what are you talking about? Are you guys talking about crying yourself to sleep? That's depressing. There's a number of personal anecdotes I could share, but I won't, for the sake of saving my public image. What the hell? I feel like Video Sophia and Stream Sophia are like different beasts. But that's just the way the world is. I don't know. I feel like this chat is embodying multiple people and ADHD at once. I have autism. Okay, yeah, so do I. That's not an excuse to talk about, like, I don't know, like, like crying yourself to sleep all the time. Like, come on, man. They're like... Oh, okay. There are 3 conversations going on and everyone is trying to be in all of them, I see. So it's like a Discord general. Huh. Speaking of Discords, I need to make one. There's a lot of things I need to do, actually. There's like a shitload of things I have to do. It's fine. What about laughing yourself to sleep? Impossible, I've tried. What the heck? Before he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Or else I coughed and gasped. Stuffing erupted from his stomach like a JoJo, like a... This scene is like inspired by like that one scene in part 5 where Bruno sees himself and he's like, how is that possible? And then King Crimson donuts him and he's like, this is King Crimson's ability. And then he goes on to explain it and everyone's like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. How could you erase... No, I need to make a more insulting voice. That doesn't make any sense. How can you erase time? That doesn't make any sense. It's not physically possible. Yeah. And to that I say neither is stopping time, but a stand can do that too. Neither is erasing time or or shooting emeralds out of nowhere, but stands can do whatever. It's not a JoJo rant. Ralsei coughed and stuffing erupted from his stomach. He looked down and saw a bone impaling his chest. How could he have been? Fascinating, is it not? A distorted voice said from behind him. Deku voice, they just joined the stream. What the fuck is going on? Someone brief them. I'm not in the right state of mind to give a recap. A distorted voice said behind him. Elsie turned his head and then shuddered. He saw a man in a black cloak with a hood covering his head. Underneath it was a clay mask with two bulging eyes, one glowing pink and the other glowing yellow. A wide, impossible grin stretched across it. Who? Elsie felt two more bones impale him, and shrieked in pain. Hello there. I don't believe we've met. Welcome to my hospital. At least that's the way I remember being explained. Yes. Okay, thank you for explaining King Crimson Seeker of Comfiness. I was making fun of people saying it was confusing, because it's really not that confusing. Hey, Warner. Alright, we lost another viewer. It's fine. I'll say gasped. Who the heck was this guy? He felt a cold, bony hand on his shoulder. I like how no matter what, despite the fact that Susie has said fuck multiple times, Ralsei is still, like, not swearing, because that would be out of character. Would you like to see it, my friend? Ralsei felt his body lift up against his will. The bones dug deep. He might not have had organs, but the pain seared like it was a burning whip. A man walked forward. Ralsei was lifted to follow. They entered Berkeley's room. Already yawning, that's not a good sign. It's as if they both saw. It's as if they were both really there. There, Ralsei saw Noelle walk away and noticed static up like a taped up recording. It was bizarre. What the? Is this another universe? This is the memory of a world that died a long time ago. The Gaster voice just gets worse every time. Memory? Ralsei tried to ignore the pain, but he could not. He felt his life drain. I'm gonna say life force. All of. Give me a second, chat. He felt his life force draining. All of these rooms are glimpses into what was. What are you saying? There's a world where Birdley died? My child, there are countless. I'm gonna reformat this. Like this. There we go. There are countless worlds where your friends die. Dies.
myself have killed him millions of times.
You're saying we've all done this before? The creature under the mask turned to face Ralsei.
In a matter of speaking, yes.
Snap. The figure snapped his fingers. I wonder what fucking... I'm gonna say clicked. Because that's like... the same thing. It's still a... you know... that was a crisp snap. Master, what would Gaster do what? Ralsei went flying into the guardrail on the staircase. The bones ripped the seams of Ralsei's body. Heal prayer. He tried to say the words, but the words wouldn't come out. He couldn't move his jaw.
Where I come from, it's rude to attack before your turn.
Ralsei felt a cold sweat brew on his face. He couldn't move. He was stuck. Oh my god. Why did Kara kill Birdley millions of times? Hope I'll see you later. Maybe I gotta go. Die sick in bed. Maybe I've been writing peak myself. Okay. Why does Gaster sound like that anyway? Some weird attempt at aura farming. So that's the voice I normally use for Gaster. But, so I decided I would only use that voice for him in the Dark World, because his voice is described as sounding distorted. Because this voice is kind of shit, not going to lie. So, I don't know.
I don't know why I keep explaining this. You're going to keep fighting anyway. It's become an annoyance.
The man raised his hand. The grotesque skull appeared. His jaw opened and Ralsei braced for impact. He knew it. He was just a prop. A toy. Not real. Not worthy of anything. This was his fate. By the way, speaking of toys, I think it's fucking insane that Toy Story has been around for 30 years and is still getting a 5th film. That's insane to me. Just let the franchise end, you know what I mean? But whatever. I gotta scream in Susie's voice, which I don't want to do right now. Whatever.
Rudebuster!
The skull got sliced in half, and the man turned to Susie, who was huffing and puffing. Thoughts on Sesby and Lex? The more of it, the better. You know what I mean? 30. Disney loves money. All moved on after 4. No, dude, I moved on after 3. 4 was an embarrassment. Since 1999? No, 1995. That's when the first Toy Story movie came out in 95, dude. It's been 30 years. To put that in perspective, here are things that also came out in 1995. Pokemon Red and Green. Monday Nitro. I'm trying to think of other things because I wasn't around in 95 and I don't know anything about that era. Fucking Aladdin came out in the mid 90s too. Like, come on, man. All this shit is old as fuck. Shut up. No, it didn't. Yes. Sophia, would you go to Lesbos, Greece to become a lesbian? Buddy, I already did. Earthbound came out in 94. They name loving women after you twice. USSR ended 4 years beforehand. Your rules to join the fight against Gaster. Rules is in Castletown. Oh, that's another scene I wanted to do. I wanted a comedic scene where rules helps Ralsei get over Chris, sort of like, so if you've been rejected, so what? Get over it. Thou art stronger than thou thinks, or something. It would have been like a really funny scene. $20. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $20 dono. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Alright, anyway. Huffing and puffing, she ran down the stairs as fast as she could. Period. Sorry, I'm really off my game. It's been a while.
How dare you? Who the hell do you think you are?
My name means nothing in this world. There's no point in telling you.
The man laughed. Susie gripped her fist so tight they began to bleed. Then she smiled.
Fine, but won't we kick your ass? Then you'll just be another nameless loser that we beat.
Adora!
And then the man was suddenly encased in ice. Time to rev up the Noelle voice. Ice shock! Noelle yelled. Susie then picked up Ralsei and healed him with an okay heal.
You alright, little dude?
Susie smiled. Susie, we need to leave, Ralsei responded in a cold sweat.
What the hell? Why? This old man has nothing on us.
Ralsei gripped Susie's collar. He's already fought us before!
The hell does...
Crush. The ice statue became shattered, yet the man was nowhere to be found. Holy shit, $20. That's crazy. Anyway, let's keep going. I need to switch the music. We're out of the explanation. Oh, this is a good theme for this. No. The ice statue shattered, yet the man was nowhere to be found. Where did he? Noelle asked before getting split through the chest with two bones intersecting to make a cross formation. Blood exploded from her mouth, and from her mouth, and the perpendicular holes in her chest. Noelle, no. Oh god, yeah, no. Noelle! Susie screamed to look at her girlfriend, but Noelle held up a finger pointing behind Susie. She turned back and dodged a slicing chop from the man's hand. It cut her cheek. The man whipped his hand, and Susie's blood flew off of it. Bastard! Susie yelled before slashing at him with her axe. The man vanished again. It was as if he was never there. Susie then grunted and then healed Noelle. Her magic was already running low, but she cracked her neck. She wasn't going to lose. Does she know? Does she know? Anyway, Noelle got to her feet. Her eyes widened. The pain was gone, but the shock from being impaled wasn't. He is fast, she said.
No, it's not speed. It's different from what Toriel did. I think he can teleport or something.
I'm gonna say or something. That's more Susie. It's more Susie-ish. Yeah. Where did he insert? Okay. There we go, that works. Thank you for the suggestion. My birthday's in 5 days, and I hope I get Deltarune merch. That's awesome. Happy early birthday. Can we add an underrated Darkner to the fight working with the fun? Guys, like I said, all the Darkners are in Castletown. The only Darkner we know of who can go between Dark Worlds is Ralsei. The myth that Rules card can also go between Dark Worlds is false. Chris brings the Rules card with them into the Chapter 3 Dark World, and he doesn't show up in the Chapter 4 Dark World. The only Darkner who consistently shows up in other Dark Worlds is Ralsei. We're not quite sure how he does it, but I assume that there's methods of how he can teleport to them. Like how we saw with Chapter 4, how there's how randomly there's like a portal to Castletown there. Besides, the other Darkners would just turn to stone here. They don't belong here. You know? Gaster's cooked and Chris pulls up with Starwalker. Chris did not pull up with Starwalker. They pulled up with Birdly. Oh, great. I love Google Docs because they'll just randomly assume that something is a website link. Whatever.
I think he can teleport or something.
Susie explained.
Teleport? It's tricky, but a few Darkners have been known to do it,
Ralsei explained, racing for another attack.
How's that possible? Lightners are made of physical properties. That's why we bleach and stuff.
Noah said, becoming confident with her explanation.
So?
Ralsei asked, annoyed.
So I know that this guy's a Lightner. What?
Susie and Ralsei both said in tandem.
You know this guy?
Susie asked.
Well, not exactly, but he used bone magic, and only skeletons can do that. There are 3 possible people this guy could be,
Noelle theorized. Noelle is the only one with a fucking brain here. Ralsei is the Prince of the Dark. I assume he just knows in Dark World. Pierre can just use the door to the north cauldron of the Castletown, but that's just a theory. Yeah. Good. I like that idea. I like this joke. This is a good joke.
That shitty lawyer! I knew something was up when he questioned me, piece of shit!
Susie exploded.
Excuse me, what's a lawyer?
It's a very Toby Fox-esque joke.
Doesn't matter. Stay on guard, he can attack from any angle, and if he can teleport, that means we need to be alert,
Susie ordered. I read this one fanfic where it was like Chris didn't go into the supply closet and said Susie and Noelle went into it. And the whole point is that everyone was like confused and pointless without Chris's leadership. However, not gonna lie, I think that nowadays and like chapter 4 onward, Susie is like kind of pretty competent as her own leader. So I wrote this scene where she was, you know, leadering. I don't know, man. Words are hard. A game theory. Yes, these games are pretty. They all formed a circle, their backs facing each other. They all braced themselves. Noelle re-equipped the thorn ring. This time determined not to lose herself to its might.
Well done.
All of them felt their stomachs drop when they heard its voice. It was formless. It sounded like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. They all braced for impact.
To be honest, this battle grows tiring, but...
They suddenly heard heavy breathing sounds from above them. They all cocked their heads to the roof. They saw about 15 grotesque... I'm gonna use a different word. Oh no. Fuck it. Grotesque skulls works. Above them. They all opened their mouths and bright glow appeared from the inside. "Shit, run!" Susie yelled. The three heroes departed in separate directions. Noelle and Ralston ran to nearby doors as Susie hung herself off the edge of the guardrail using her arms. This does not fit. Carol, Paprika must be scheming against us. Susie, Paprika must be scheming against us. I do want I don't know how comedic it'll be, but I did want like a scene where Susie like confronted Paprika and being like, "Hey asshole, this is for Chris's arm," and then he's like, "I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Susie," and then she like decks him in the fucking jaw. Let the Souls leader. Fuck off. I think Chris is a pretty competent leader without the soul, as seen by the fact that they have a save file. If you select to play like chapter 4 or whatever without playing chapters 3 and 4, Chris will have a save file, meaning that they were playing the game when you weren't. Meaning that they did all the things that you couldn't. Meaning that Chris is a good leader by themselves, even if they do feel I don't know. Well, what's the word? Unworthy is the word. They're 15 Lemeth. What? Okay, whatever. Susie! Rouse yelled as he saw the cracks extend to the guardrails. I'm changing the theme. This shit is not cautious at all. There we go. Let's anyway. Shit, go into the rooms and keep running. The crack. The guardrail snapped off and Susie fell into the bottomless pit below. The floor. The floor. Below the floor and began. What? Bottomless pit below. I feel like we don't need any more words after that. It's pretty descriptive itself. Stream fell off? The fuck do you mean? Paprika suddenly gets confronted by everyone accusing him of being an undercover enemy at the same time. Confused with Carol and Susie accusing him. No, I did want a scene where Carol like gets back at Sans and Paprika, and it was going to be like the most like on the surface nice thing to. So here's what the scene was going to be. It was going to be like Carol gives Paprika a new job. However, Sans immediately smells bullshit and is like, "Oh, what the fuck?" And then Carol's just like, "Oh, you know, I'm just helping out an old friend." And then like Sans is like, "Oh fuck." Or like she pays for like the rebuilding of his shop, but like there's like security cameras everywhere. Or something like that. Just to make it completely clear that she does not fuck with them. Susie! Noelle yelled. The floor began crumbling at a rapid pace. Both Rouse and Noelle looked at each other and nodded. With a nod, they entered the rooms in front of them. Susie fell. The wind blew her hair. She had fallen into a lot of dark worlds, but this one looked bottomless. She wondered if she would die. This is the end that damned prophecy had shown her. Then in an instant, she saw him. The man was upside down and falling next to Susie. Aura! He turned to her.
Greetings. How was the fall?
Fuck you guys. Sophia the worst, I hate you. That made me smile. Anyway. Her eyes widened. She attempted to punch him in the face, but he just moved to the left. Bro just weaved it, and then with a ding noise, she felt her momentum stop. It felt like hitting a brick wall, but she was still suspended in the air. She couldn't move. It felt as if she was being binded by chains. The man also stopped. He was standing midair, cowered above Susie before sighing. He moved a finger to the right. With blinding speed, Susie felt her body slam into a nearby wall. Wham! Susie felt new cuts and scrapes litter her body, but all it did was piss her off. It's gonna take more than... She started feeling the blood on her mouth. But the man just snapped his fingers and she flew upwards, her back dragging against the wall. And then she was slain. She was then slammed into the roof, which in reality was the bottom of a staircase. Oh my god. He then raised his hand and then snapped. Snap. Susie was suddenly flung into the wall, her opposite, and then the one to her right. She was slammed skull first into some steps. So hard she broke a hole through the staircase. God, I forgot how violent this story was. I don't know, every story I've ever written has had, like, hyper-violence as a part of it. I don't know. If he mentions Clover Deltarune, he's the best. Who's he? Sophia the peak writer. She's underrated. This went on for about 15 seconds. Susie had almost lost consciousness. She laid on a cracked stone staircase, blood littering her clothing. Her concussed head was screaming. Oh my god. I hate fucking Google Docs. Was screaming at her. She had a fractured arm and a cracked spine. She heaved. Damn this fucking guy. I just landed one hit. She thought before the man appeared towering over her again. She smirked and began to speak. It's not over.
It's not over yet, right?
What? How did you? She asked, her face full of anxiety sweat.
You always say that, my dear.
Susie's eyes widened as she was once more flung, this time into a rusty-looking nowhere. I like how Gaster no-diffs, like, all of these kids several times. Yeah, that's right. That's what I need to do. Oh my god.
Every time.
No quotes.
Every time we fight, you always say the same things. It has become predictable. Like lines of dialogue.
The man said, walking forward into the room. Susie was on her side, a blood trail leading out of the room. There was a blood trail leading out of the room, but she wasn't looking at the man. No, she was looking at the scene in front of her. Okay, time to pull on the heartstrings. 9 fucking... Cold sweat? Oh, that's probably better. It's probably better. Give me a sec. Cold sweat. Where is that? Her face. face ran a cold sweat. No, that's a good suggestion. Do you like JoJo? Fuck yeah. Gasser versus Demon Toriel when? Probably chapter 3. Gasser shows up, gives Ralse a more existential no diffs him, beats the hell out of Susie while showing her a happier life. She could never have a whole. Yeah. By the way, this is like the kind of shit I usually say for my comics. I usually just like, I take a character, I give them like a lot of like happy scenes, and then I just like beat the shit out of them. Like pretty much I don't know. That's pretty much what I do. And I don't, and since a lot of the things I write are like spur of the moment, I don't really plan a lot of this stuff out, so I don't really realize how fucked up it is until I write it. You know what I mean? So there's a certain song I wanted to play. What was it? It was not that. It was not that. It was not that. I doubt it was that. I doubt it. It was probably this. Yeah, it was that. Sophia characters when they have been suspiciously happy for too long. Would you ever watch The Amazing Digital Circus or write peak fanfic of it? Watching these streams, you would actually cook with. I watched the first like 3 episodes of it, and I really liked it. So I'll probably get back into it. Honestly, I'm trying to look for anything to watch. What about Story of Ice and Fire? You mean like Game of Thrones? I have not read it. Probably will at one point or another, given it's totally up my alley. Whoa, you're telling me this is a tragedy? If any chapter 1 Darkner not Ralsei gets too happy, I'm crashing out. Not gonna lie, I'd probably write a scene, not in this fic, because I don't want to kill Lancer, but if I wrote like a entire fanfic about Deltarune start to finish, I'd probably write like a ton of scenes of the gang hanging out with Lancer, and then at the very end of the story, I'd probably kill him off. You could torture Jax for fun. The funny thing is, I feel like having Jax grow as a person would be more fun, and then he would die. You know what I mean? Torturing Jax because he's an asshole isn't fun for me. Seeing someone grow and change and become a better person, gain friends and accomplices and allies, only to have that all ripped away from them and reduced to nothing, that to me is the greatest joy I could ever give someone as a writer. Anyway, but she was looking at the scene before. It was statically. Oh my god. It was staticky. Like on Chris's old TV, but it was unmistakable. There she saw her. She was a little taller and wearing a green sweater, but it was unmistakably her in the light world. Susie dear, can you take the turkey out of the oven? Alright. Sophia sadist art. Oh wait. You know what I will change for the better? Gets guns out. Unironically, yeah, I'd do that. Sophia's just Tatsuki Fujimoto in disguise? Nah. No. I don't love Dami Mommies that much, dude. I'm sorry. Gotta go. Please tell him time. Alright. We have Papyrus heart attack route. Kara, why would you... I would not write that. Tutorial. It was like it was before. Kind of warm. Not at all violent or cruel. Like she was before. This is so fucked up.
In a minute, Toriel.
I wanted to have her... In my head, I wanted her to call her mom, but... Assuming Toriel adopted Susie when she was like 16... She would not call her mom, I don't think. I think she would just like be like, that's Toriel. She's my adopted mom, but to me she's Toriel, you know what I mean? Although I could be wrong, in the next chapter, Susie could have like a massive Freudian slip and be like, Mom, wait! And then like, Toriel gets like guns down by the roaring night, and then I'd fucking laugh like Sukuna. Like she was before, not at all kind of warm. Like she was before, kind of warm, not at all violent or cruel.
In a minute, Toriel.
She began frantically texting on her phone before turning away from it, blushing. She opened the oven and there was a roasted turkey. Its glistening golden skin made Susie's mouth water. She, the older version of her, picked it up and then closed the oven with a soft kick and moved on to the dining area where Chris was. This is so fucked up. Toriel when she sobers up. What is happening? I rated Jack's character growth because I want him and everyone to be happy. You rate Jack's character growth because you want to rip it away eventually. We are not the same, yeah. I don't know. I really like it when I get really invested in stories and then like you get like this like sinking cold feeling in your chest when your favorite characters die. I really like that feeling. Don't tell me that's Birdly. No, it's not Birdly. Picked up and closed the oven with a soft kick, and she moved on to the dining area where Chris was. They also looked taller, and their hair was tied up. This is just because like a lot of adult Chris art has like them like wearing a ponytail for some reason, and they really fuck with that. And some weird guy who looked like Rouse. Oh right, Chris's brother. He had a slight yellow beard. He said something stupid, but he called her sis. And a tear fell from her face. What was she watching? They all started talking to each other and eating the meal together. Susie felt like she was watching someone else's life through a window, but she was there, wasn't she?
Pay attention.
The man said, stomping her face up with his penny loafers. Susie's blood stains them, but her tears did not stop. She grabbed his foot with iron-like strength, simply asked, "What is this?" She asked through tears. This is fucked. The man sighed.
A memory that has come to pass, yet at the same time, never will.
He looked at the scene of the happy family eating their Thanksgiving dinner. He seemed briefly to remember something before once again snapping his fingers and Susie's body became very heavy. Susie felt her body sink to the stone floor. She rose up, unable to move, suspended in midair. The man tightened his right hand and then went. Oh, I'm just a prankster, just like my son Sans. Do not compare yourself to me. Just might cancel her if she does. If I do what? What do I do? What will I do if I get canceled? What's happening? What? Maybe just be nice. That's an option. Okay. Who are you telling to be nice? If you're asking me to be nice, I'm sorry, that's not an option. I've never really been a nice person. You telling chat to be nice? Because if so, that's not going to happen. Because chat exists for the petty. Might just cancel Onion Plaza. Okay.
Oh, I am afraid so just like my son Sans, do not compare yourself to me.
Okay. Oh, I get it. And then Sans like, don't compare yourself to me. He punched Susie in the stomach, and then she gasped for air. The man threw an uppercut into Susie's jaw. She spat blood everywhere. He threw jab after jab, connecting effortlessly. It was as if Susie had become a living sandbag, getting beaten over and over again. The sounds of another her enjoying her life permeating the room. She tried her hardest to break free of his control, but with each blow her body shuddered and became weaker. Then finally the man took a break and sought to summon a large bone. He carried it as a staff. Exhausted, Susie knew exactly what the man would do with the weapon. Visions filled her head of him slicing her head off with it, or stabbing her through the chest with the weapon. She was powerless and annoyed. All she could think to do was say, "Hey, dumbass!" The man looked at her, and she spat blood onto his mask.
How original.
Sarcasm laced his voice. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from the mask. Just then, he gasped and fell to his knees. His own blood dripped onto the stone floor. What had happened? He looked up. It was Susie, brandishing her axe and panting heavily. "Did you see that one coming?" she said with a twisted grin on her face. He was in disbelief. I'm telling Kara to be nice because they will cancel you if you write a TADC fanfic. No. Kara threatens to cancel me over everything. I think I'm uncancelable due to the sheer amount of insane bullshit I say on stream. I feel like any drama YouTuber could have a field day running through my streams and looking for things to make fun of me for. However, they will be unsuccessful because, like, I've already admitted to these things and I'm already, like, unashamed of them. All they could do is be like, "Oh, she eats garbage? Ew, that's disgusting. Oh, she eats grass? How disgusting. Guys, look, she wrote fan fiction on stream. How disgusting." Like, you know. And, like, that'll be it. You know what I mean, man? Peak sound effects. It's fine. I'm gonna change the music. We're out of, like, the heartstring pulling moment. That was, ooh. Not fitting. Not fitting. Not fitting. Not fitting. Oh, come on. Why is everything so happy? It's okay. It's okay to write fanfics on stream. Chris, look! I'm writing fanfic! It's okay to write fanfic. Oh, there we go. This works. Underrated banger from Toby F himself. He was in disbelief. She had never done that before. Or perhaps she had once or twice, but he certainly didn't expect it. He raised his head.
Cute.
He said before once more flinging Susie out of the room. She hit a guardrail on the staircase. She felt her spine make an unsettling pop. Then the man charged at her with the staff, swinging it from overhead. Directly at Susie, the bone came crashing down at her, but she moved. Despite the fact that she was under the man's blue magic, she had managed to dodge. The bone sliced through the guardrail as if it were paper. He then turned his head to look at her, and then vanished. Susie knew it was her chance to begin running as fast as she could up the stairs. She had to find Rousey and Noel and leave. Rudy was still in the dark world somewhere, but at this rate they would all be killed. Oh. Susie then heard a familiar magical noise. She turned herself to see and saw one of those skull-like blasters behind her. She fell flat on her chest, on her chair. Showing the staircase. Panic overwhelms the girl. Isn't Rudy supposed to be like the Roaring Knight? Rudy got killed. But Susie and Noel don't know that. They think that he's lost in the dark world. Panic overwhelmed the girl. She turned, and he was rising from the bottomless pit below, cocking his head to the side. "Fuck it! Fuck it!" she yelled. With a slash of her axe, a rude buster flew at him. But it was blocked by a volley of bones the man had created. They all shattered and turned to dust. And as they did, the man noticed she was gone.
A diversion. Very interesting.
The man vanished again. Susie ran as fast as she could, ignoring her exhaustion, ignoring the pain. She needed to find her comrades and escape. Blood dripped onto the steps below, and she left bloody footprints everywhere. Then she saw it above her, roughly 100 floors above her, with holes through the stairs. She was almost there. Suddenly, a door to her left opened, and a familiar hand grabbed and pulled her in. It was Noelle. She yanked Susie into the room, and the door slammed shut. Noelle and Susie started Alright, this is a Yuri scene. Alright? Guys, it's time for Yuri music. Unironically, I think one of the best things to do if you like writing a lot of action stuff is to start reading a lot of romance manga. Because it gives you a better understanding for emotions. You know what I mean? And emotions drive conflict, you know what I mean? And that will mean your fights are more impactful and stuff. It's also what Kentaro Miura, author of Berserk, did. So, and it also gives you an excuse to include Yuri in your fan fictions. I have to remember what I'm doing. This is the Yuri theme. We've decided. Chat. Waiting room is the Yuri theme. So fun fact, chat. If you're a girl and you make out with a girl, this song immediately starts playing in the background. It's true. Try it if you don't believe me. Noelle and Susie started panting. They were safe on the other end of the door. That's actually true. Yeah. Susie, oh my god, you look terrible. Noelle said, concern echoing through the room. Noelle rubbed Susie's face, blood coated her fingers. What did he? She was cut off by a hug from Susie. Noelle felt a slight panic as she was lifted off the floor, but Susie was spun her around lovingly. I'll test this. Susie, what are you doing? You're hurt and... Don't fucking tell me. Oh my god. So sorry, chat. Apparently my dogs have been dropped off in my room. So if you hear jingling, that's their collars. I apologize for the inconvenience and what have you. Why does Sophia know that? Wouldn't you like to know? What if I'm one of the 7 straight Deltarune fans? Oh, buddy. Trust me. You're in this fandom for long enough. We use you to destroy the barrier, right? We use straight people to destroy the barrier. Asriel's like, Frisk, the true reason why Asgore was so hesitant to kill you is because you aren't straight, and therefore your soul can't be used to destroy the barrier. There we go. Anyway, she was cut off by a deep hug from Susie. Oh yeah, Sophia's 2 fox, Toby, Fox, and Tebby. No, they're not called that. Sophia will jingle keys to keep us from being distracted. No. You can hear them chewing on, like, bones in the background. They're little gremlins. They eat out of the garbage. Can you believe that shit? I thought I'd never see you again. Her voice became saddened. Susie, You know, after everything that's happened, you still smell like gingerbread cookies. How's that possible? Susie said. Noelle blushed. Susie, who cares what I smell like? You're bleeding in. I don't care, she said, burying her face into Noelle's eye. This is gay. This is pretty gay. Vegeta, what does the scouter say about the Yuri level? Whatever. You're gonna bleed out. It's gonna be gross. You die. Noelle said, trying to remind her girlfriend. Unconvincingly, she was rapidly becoming distracted. There we go. Chewing on bones. The fic is over. The annoying I killed Gaster. There we go. The gay level is over 9,000. What 9,000?
No, I got you. I'm not gonna die around you.
It's the dumbest shit. Don't you dare. Okay.
That's stupid.
No, responded, her blush reaching her ears.
Calling me dumb?
Susie pulled her face away from Noelle's hair. Maybe only a little. Noelle looked into Susie's eyes. Smart ass, Susie said before kissing Noelle. Oliver pushed back. Susie, I'm serious. You're gonna bleed out. Let me heal you. Noelle said, now covered in Susie's blood. It even smeared on her lips. Gross. Someone pointed out that since I mentioned Susie bleeding from the mouth, and that meant that, like, yeah, the gaydar is going gaydar.
This isn't even my final gay form.
Okay, what are you doing? Okay, they're just doing normal dog stuff. Anyway, someone pointed out that since I mentioned Susie bleeding from the mouth, then Noelle just got a mouthful of Susie's blood in her mouth. So, there you go. There you go. There's your gross fanfic moment.
No, I don't actually.
Why? Noelle asked.
There's no great. No, I don't actually.
Why? Noelle asked. Annoying dog core.
Your Snowgrave thing might be the only thing that can kill him. As it stands, you can only cast that thing once, right? Cut him once. He doesn't seem to have as much defense as Toriel did.
I'm gonna change this to be as... Doesn't seem to be as durable as Toriel was. Could probably... Also needs to smoke a blunt and no diff gasser. Wasn't our headcanon that Ralsei was Breaking Bad during the first chapter? That is non-canon. Bro was just patiently waiting for... He was waiting for his friends. He was like, oh boy, I sure hope my friends are having fun. And then it just like cuts to like Chris's head being slammed into like the tile floors of like Sansa's shop over and over again. Noelle looked shocked. Was Susie actually using strategy? But you're hurt, she said, burying her face into Susie's chest.
It's fine, we just gotta find Ralsei. I don't have enough magic to heal myself.
Gaster pops in. He's like, gay, gayer, yet gayer. This is the dumbest joke in the whole fic.
Honestly, I wish you'd take better care of yourself,
Noelle said, holding Susie tightly.
Hey, this time it wasn't my fault, she said. That guy has some serious hands.
Papyrus restricts my movement to 4 squares. What?
You knew people always have to fight us,
Noelle said, just loud enough for Susie to hear.
I don't know. Maybe it's fate, but just once, I guess I don't want to fight anymore. At least not right now.
That reminded me, where is Chris? Chris is currently Chris went off with Birdley to see Undyne's training. Yes, why is Chris? I'm gonna make that a poll just to keep you guys engaged. There we go. It's taken us 2 hours to read 20 pages. We're so cooked. Eventually, once more statically display in front of them. This must have been another memory. It showed the festival they had gone to, No, wait, I skipped this. Susie looked down at Noelle. She looked so small. Susie wrapped her arms around her and just stayed like that for a few minutes, just embracing and enjoying each other's company. Eventually, Susie looked up. Once more, there was a staticky display in front of them. Must have been another memory. It showed the festival they had gone to months ago. Both Susie and Noelle were on the rickety old Ferris wheel, but despite the fact that they were so high up, the only sight each other wanted to see was the other. There we go. That was a hard sentence for some reason. Susie remembered it well. It was the second time she had found herself thinking that Noelle was truly beautiful. She hoped the other Susies, the ones before her, got to enjoy the view as much as she did. Holt and Yuri keep us safe. Hey, Susie said, looking down at Noelle once more. Should probably find Rouse, she said, not really wanting to go find him. I guess we'll find. This fucking sucked. By the way, Rouse is third wheeling 2 couples in this fic. Rouse is third wheeling 2 fucking couples in this fic. Oh my god. That's really funny, actually. The only one who's alone is like the guy who doesn't deserve it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Right, Susie said, finally letting go of Noelle. She started walking forward. Come on, Noelle. Yeah, as Noelle followed, already missing Susie's warm embrace. That was pretty homosexual. As they walked on, they saw countless more displays. Is Curdly canon to this? Give Rouse to me. Fuck and no. There we go. Both walked on, they saw countless displays. There was one where Birdley had somehow managed to marry Susie. Peak humorous reference. They both cringed at it. One where Chris was wearing a blue and purple sweater for some reason. And then there was one, however, that made Noelle's blood run cold. It was terrifying. Alright, what is the toxic Yuri theme? Because that's what Chris L is. It's not even good toxic Yuri. But whatever, it's toxic Yuri none the same. Let's go with this. No, 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 no. By Diddy? Okay, whatever. Or I'll say... How about Ralse X Batat? Here's the problem with that. Ralse is a teenage boy. Batat is a fully grown man. I don't... Curly Fick Regaster wants everyone to die. Who is Batat? Batat is the Green Pippins from the Mike trio. Frankly, I feel like his best. He doesn't really have that much of a good dynamic. The thing is, Ralsei's only date options are like his 2 best friends, because everything else is, like, doesn't make sense conceptually. And Raul Susie is just Suzelle but straight, so it's worse Suzelle. And Krause makes a lot of people uncomfortable because Ralse looks like Asriel. So, like, to a lot of people, they just sort of don't know what to do with Ralse. And, if you go back to the early streams, I was like, okay, we'll make Ralse, like, a boyfriend. Who do you want it to be? And people, like, were like, it would be really funny if it was, like, Jeff the Killer. Because, you know. But, like, the more I keep thinking about it, and the more, like, serious this fic has gone to, I don't really know. I feel like, I don't know, it's kind of like, we're kind of in a shitty situation. Because, like, who are Ralsei's peers? Pretty much no one. Everyone is older than him. And everyone is either older than him or, like, a personality-less thing. The only one who's, like, somewhat comparable to him and, like, plot and relationship status is Lancer. And no one's fucking shipping Lancer and Ralse, because obviously. Lancer is a fucking child. That's never happening. Hell no. So, yeah. Ralse X Temmie? No. So, we're kind of fucking stuck. You guys already voted against like love triangle or a polycule for like Chris, Birdley, and Ralsei, so we're kind of fucked. He's kind of like lonely. Ralsei. I don't think Ralsei is into friendship, and I think he's just using them for his own advantage. So wait, you think it's toxic yaoi? It was Noelle's room. The entire thing was an icy blue. On our couch there was Noelle, terrified and thrashing, trying to keep away from Chris. It's hard to tell. Their face was covered by long hairs, and a voice unlike Chris repeated the command, "Proceed," over and over again like a broken record. They gripped Noelle's hand and stabbed. Noelle's blood exploded from her finger like a poorly placed squib on a horror movie. Her eyes began to glow a shade of red as she clutched her finger on it, the thorn ring. On it, the thorn ring. On it, the thorn ring? Noelle gasped. Yeah, I fucked this up. On it, the thorn ring? Noelle gasped. Noelle, in this memory, had become pupilless and lost herself to the power of the ring. She smiled and began giggling. Chris, enraged, stumbled out of the room. What the hell is... Noelle stared as Susie was watching on in horror. Jesus Christ, she muttered. She closed her eyes and turned to Noelle. Guess in that world, Chris is a real asshole, huh? Ralsei, someone from Homestuck. Ralsei, water cooler. That doesn't really work, though, does it? Because then we'd have to make our own, like, OC based on the water cooler. We're not redoing that vote. We've already decided. What else? I'm not doing someone from Homestuck because I'm vehemently against using characters from other franchises in this fic. Because I feel like Deltarune already has a big enough cast to use for something like this. We don't need to outsource to anything else. And frankly, I feel like that's like a great sign of... That's like a great admittance of failure on our part, you know what I mean? Do you agree with that statement? Huh? You don't? Go back to sleep. Hey guess, Noelle said, turning away, putting her hand on... Susie put her hand on Noelle's shoulder. Hey, don't see me marrying Birdley, right? Infinite worlds means not all of them are gonna be pretty, you know? Noelle leaned on the comfort Susie's hand gave her. Susie smiled. So sad, I'm in class now. Okay, you should probably focus on your class. Love your Susie voice, it's so fucked up. Big enough cast where I'll say is so lonely. Yeah, well... Okay, well, if you haven't noticed, this fic is kind of fucked up. We just finished a scene where Susie got her ass kicked while looking at a life she'll never have. There was a scene in chapter 1 where Chris got their face smashed into the tile floors of Sansa's shop over and over again by their fucking mom, dude. I feel like we're past the point of this being a shitpost fic. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, there's an apostrophe. Susie smiled. Alright, Chris, the real Chris wouldn't do that, and that's all that matters. Elle closed her eyes, and Susie was so smart when she wanted to be. Close her eyes. Susie was so smart when she wanted to be. Susie then took her hand away and started walking ahead. Come on, Sugar Plum, Ralsei is waiting. Ralsei's Jockington. I feel like if we really wanted to, we could like do this like dumb bit where it's like everyone feels bad for Elsie, so they introduce him to like their classmates, and the only one who's like really into him is Jockington. I don't know. That sounds like it's like meme potential. Hey, go, bro. Sophia has outlawed Homestucks from joining. Jockington's a goner. Okay. Why is Chris? Noel blushed and continued on. Okay. Now we get to probably the most depressing scene in the whole fic. Okay. This is the darkest scene of the whole fic. What's a good theme for this? When the light is running low and the no, and the shadows start to grow, and the people that you know seem like fantasy. There's a light inside your soul that still shines against the cold with the truth, the promise in our hearts. Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark. Man, maybe Susie's the cage and Chris the actual. Okay. Stop trying to rage bait me. Cheria music holds Deltarune music with an iron fist. Amazing singing. Oh, thanks. No, this is sad. Not really horrifying. No. Trying to think. This is the Yandere Chris scene. There isn't exactly a good soundtrack we have for this. Oh yeah, we have one right here. There's no prophecy in bossing, say, you know. Lost Core works, but this works better. Why am I now genuinely crack shipping Ralsei with Jockington? They're like legit, excuse me, yes for no pickles. Either that, I feel like Caddy and Ralsei is also fun. You know, but it's also like literally just, excuse me, he asked for no pickles. I don't know, maybe they should just like adopt him into like a weird polycule or something, I don't know. Ralsei walked into the abyss. The echo of his footsteps, the only company he had on his journey. He finally had time to ruminate on what had happened to him. He had been impaled, and he didn't even see it coming. He was sure he would eventually find an opponent he didn't know how to read, but he wasn't prepared for the day it would finally happen. You good? Girl, I'm not going to play with you. I'm in the middle of a stream. Stupid dog. Susie was out there probably getting hurt or worse. By the looks of things, each room in the dark world was connected, like some massive spider web. This would mean he would eventually find Noel. He didn't know if he wanted to, but it was likely the only path to survival. Ralph Caddy Jockington. The art style novel. He stopped walking and sat down, clutching his knees. He's like doing the anime girl pose, you know, like the one where like they're sad but like they hold their knees because they're like very small and they can do it. I remember being like 18 and really upset because I couldn't like clutch my knees like an anime girl. It was very distressing. I was a very weird person when I was 18 years old. Anyway, clutch his knees. He clutched his knees tightly. He knew his knees wouldn't leave him. His two friends, the two people he loved most in the world, were spending less and less time with him. Did I not loop it? No, I did loop it. Never mind. I expect this theme to play when Ralsei dies, by the way. Like, we get, like, JJK flashbacks to, like, all the good times they had, and then just, like, a pile of fluff on the floor. With him, he felt guilty. Guilty because he knew this would happen. He told them to move on, that he was not real. But these feelings of abandonment, they felt real. He felt sick. When Chris had stayed in Castletown for 3 days, he was so excited. He would finally see their face again. His knees wouldn't leave him, foreshadowing Sophia's gonna nerf his knees. Maybe he'll cut his legs off, who knows. You're how many years old? 18. Make the nerd game with me, Ralsei and Chris. No. But they just hold themselves away. And Susie was spending more time with her. He was happy that Susie had friends in the real world, of course. But ever since that festival, maybe even before that, it's always about her. He dug his face into his scarf. Tears welled up in his eyes. Before the bright screen, like an object, lit up before him. It was staticky. I'm just gonna spell staticky like this. For a while. Then the glow filled the room. Before there was light. Slash. Blood sprayed everywhere, coating the walls, and rained on the ceiling, dripping down with a sickly drop noise. I'm going to say dropping noise. Ralsei's eyes widened. It was Chris, their sword, their face dripping with red, their eyes lit up. They looked so determined. With a loud thud, Susie fell on her back and then faded into dust. Then a voice coming as if it was from an old TV show. Chris? Chris? Ralsei was shocked. It was his own voice. Chris, what are you? Fear intermingling with the prince's voice. He stepped back. Chris turned their head and stepped forward, deep bags under their eyes. They were shambling and shaking with dread. Excitement? Maybe they were also afraid. Their boots clanged and clacked on the stone floors of Castletown. Their heads swayed. I did it. They finally opened their mouth to speak. A twisted smile slowly grew on their face. This is the darkest fucking scene of the fic, dude. Ralsei looked at the screen. No, a twisted smile slowly grew on their face. I saved us. Their bloodshot eyes turned to Ralsei. Now there won't be an ending. I freed us. He stumbled back until he hit a stone wall. Ralsei looked at the screen. What was he watching? It was like he had seen a snuff film, one where one of his only friends had died and turned to dust before him. Now we can be... Chris approached Ralsei on the screen before cupping his face with a bloodied hand. I gotta go to bed. Okay, good night. They turned his head to face them. I wanted to make Chris more possessive and creepy in this scene, but I think I did a good job reining that in. He was shivering with fear. Chris looked into Ralsei's pink eyes. Why are you so afraid of me? They asked, their face falling into a frown. Susie, you killed her. So, she deserved it, Chris said coldly. She hurt me every day, Chris said, trying to hold back their anger. Best thing to listen to while playing Animal Crossing. She was our friend and you. So what? Now that stupid prophecy can't come to pass. We aren't the three heroes anymore, Chris said coldly. You killed her, Chris! You murdered our friend! So what if I did? I did it to save you. To save us. Everyone. Chris whispered, as if they weren't sure why they had done it. You killed her! Slap. Chris had taken the back of their gauntlet and smacked him across the face. Made Ralsei cringe looking at it. Kristen grabbed Ralsei by the scarf. I did this for you. You told us we would all die if we faced that angel. So I took a shortcut and saved your life. Now quit being so weak. Deltarune and Toby listened to the community. They screamed before pulling him into a tight hug. I was gonna have them kiss him right here, but that would be like, no, that'd be too much. I couldn't live without you, they whispered into his ear. He shuddered. I love you, they said. Two holding each other in Susie's blood for the next 5 minutes of footage. Ralsei was appalled. His stomach sank. What was this? The man had mentioned that these rooms had showed worlds that had come to pass. So this really happened? Ralsei wanted to vomit. He wanted to scream. He wanted to cry, but for some reason he couldn't. If he had ever told Chris about how he felt, would this be the result? No, the Chris he knew wouldn't do this. This had to be a world where they were a different person. Still looked the same though. Ralsei leaned against the cold wall of the room. It was the only comfort he had. Fuck. His life had been short, only about 8 months long. But in that time he had known friends, enemies, people he enjoyed seeing and people he hated seeing. This despair, knowing that his friends would leave him, and if they didn't, they'd be driven to madness by it. There was an emptiness within the boy. Yet, resolve perhaps, even determination drove him forward. Chris taking me out? Likely story. That's what Susie would say if she was here. He needed to hold on to that encouragement. He continued onward into the deep abyss. The screens buzzed around him. It reminded him of the dark sanctuary and their many prophecies. Lynn showed Chris pushing some girl that looks like Noelle into a hill with rusty open doors. Others showed Susie threatening Chris by biting an apple in half. Looking at these made Rouse cringe. Others showed happier moments. Like that time Susie had named herself Ass on Tenna's game show. Or Chris and Rousey's boat ride down the acid tunnel. Looking at these made Rousey feel bittersweet. Living these moments was nice, but they were over. He didn't quite know how to feel, and then for some strange reason... Okay, chat, time to change the music again. I'm not good at whistling. Where is it? There we go. Yeah. YouTube playlists are good, but they also, like, suck sometimes. Wouldn't let me see the top of the thing. There it is. Stone Ocean got a different art style than Steel Ball Run, but both are made by the same artist. Are you talking about the anime or the manga? Because early Steel Ball Run actually looks almost identical to Stone Ocean. Like, if you read it all the way through. And early Stone Ocean looks almost identical to Part 5, because they were written right after one another. The anime, however, takes the designs from the end of the manga and uses them throughout the whole run. Which is how you get things like Buff Josuke or Girl Anasui being cut out of the anime adaptation. Right in front of him, there was a tree that looked like it was from the Scarlet Forest. How did it get all the way over here? Was it even possible to see a tree like that in this world? Rouse approached it, assuming it was another screen, but there was no static. In front of him was a real 3D object. Strange. But he had come to see far stranger. Then he saw it. What looked like a silhouette moving behind the tree. It looked like it only moved once or twice, but its shadow was clear to see. It darkened the purple bark of the tree. Rouse wondered if he should continue. Surely if someone was hiding behind a tree, then they did not want to be disturbed. No, leaving them be would be for the best. There was something odd, bizarre even, about this tree. It was the only bit of foliage in the entire dark world. It was out of place. Why did it take the form of one from the Scarlet Forest? I hope it's canon that Chris loses their arm so they can have a cool prosthetic. Okay. Chat, you are way too brain rotted. It was the only bit of foliage in the entire dark world. It was out of place. Why did it take a form of one from the Scarlet Forest? Rouse walked slowly, getting a pit beneath his stomach. And as he approached, the person behind the tree began to speak. Isn't it weird that things that have come to pass are forgotten? Maybe it isn't weird. People never seem to think it's normal. Is it really normal? Alcé stood there, feeling a cold sweat brew on his forehead. The voice, was it comforting? Nostalgic even? He had never heard it before. Had he? It was old and yet young. It was loving yet cold. It was quiet, and yet it was loud. You didn't answer. That's very rude. Have you ever thought of a world where everything is the same except you don't exist? Everything was the exact same. Your friends, people who know you, all exist happily without you. It's as if you never even mattered. You can relate, can't you? My friend. Ralsei felt his stomach drop. Who was this person? How did he know what it was like to be forgotten, to be alone, to be treated as if you didn't matter? It scared him. What was behind that tree? Did he even want to know? The room felt cold and a gust started. Red leaves flew from the scarlet tree. Who are you? Ralsei eventually asked, feeling terrified about what lay beyond. The wind stopped. The sounds of screams filled the room with ambience. Ralsei started to breathe heavily. I am the forgotten man, the voice responded. The screams cut out and the only sound was the gentle panting of Ralsei. He began shaking. There was a time where I was very important. The king asked me to break the barrier. Being the loyal man I am, I accepted. Then there was a silence. Ralsei finally picked up the nerve to walk forward. His soft footsteps echoed through the room. The barrier was too strong, and we were so weak, and yet I remained determined. You look so much like him, you know? The king. In reality, he was a soft man, but a kind leader. It was my duty to find a way for us to go free. Maybe we have some... There's your poll. Enjoy it. It was my duty to find a way for us to go free. Ralsei continued forward, his pace quickening. The voice had twisted itself. It had become cruelly distorted and yet familiar. He approached it. The tree's trunk. What is this, Paul? Come on, you gotta answer it, honestly. He approached it. The tree's trunk. He turned to look behind it. There must have been somebody there. But nobody came. It was vacant. Ralsei shot his eyes, looking left, looking right. Then he felt a familiar hand on his shoulder.
And then I found you.
Why is everyone voting cute girls? This is Paul. It's clearly time. No, you're just overthrown. You're just overthrowing everywhere. Ralsei turned his head. He finally recognized the voice, but it was too late. He felt a sharp pain through his chest. The doctor plunged his right hand through Ralsei. He had been impaled twice in the same day. His eyes widened. He gasped. He tried to speak, but he couldn't. This is so anime. Literally all of that was to Orifar. Alright. Here we go. Let's go with a little bit of this. A little bit of this. This is a certified hood classic. Alright.
Imagine my shock. A world where the war never happened. A world trapped not by oppression, but by fate.
Or else they gagged. If he had blood, it surely would have littered the room. But his stuffing just sat limply on the floor. Tears rolled from his eyes. The pain was unbearable. The doctor began to walk forward, dropping Ralsei on the floor. He hit the ground hard and stumbled around.
Have you ever wondered what it would be like to create a better future? A world where we could finally end.
Ralsei crawled and managed to bring himself to his knees. Felt his life force draining, but with one heal prayer, he knew he would be as good as new. His hand glowed green, but the doctor turned to face him, but then turned away. He took off his grotesque mask and looked at Ralsei with his cold, dead eye sockets. In some worlds, I was your ally, Prince. And no matter what I did, your plan wouldn't fail. I've grown so exhausted. Right now, spending the effort just to tell you all this, knowing it won't matter. Well, to borrow a phrase from your friend, it really pisses me off. Then like that he was gone, vanishing into thin air. What would lesbians do without cute girls? Probably kill ourselves, honestly. That was an edgy joke. I have to realize I'm streaming. Like that he was gone, vanishing into thin air. Ralsei cast a heal prayer and suddenly the hole in his chest had closed up. Just as it had gone before. However, this time he was alone, and the man could attack from any angle. Would he have to use that spell? If things proved dire enough, he would just have to blast. An immense skull fired a blast from its jaw, turning the tree to ash within an instant. Ralsei, however, had jumped out of the way. He began running forward. The worst thing to do at this moment was stay still. He could still attack from any point. If he knew exactly where Ralsei was, then it would be over with him. Suddenly before him, a mass of bones appeared before him, like a spike trap. Used to damage the feet of enemy soldiers. Ralsei simply jumped over them, keeping his eyes open, scanning for anyone nearby. In the hallways of the limitless room, screams played memories of past and present. Suddenly, then, Ralsei felt gravity more severely. His body was surrounded by a blue light. Bracing himself for what came next, Ralsei was slammed into the ceiling. He felt stone-like surface crack under his weight, and then he was flung backwards with blinding speed. This was bad. All of his progress had been overturned. He had turned his head to face the direction where he was flying, but then, wham! His face was met with the doctor's fist. Ralsei flew into a nearby screen, shattering it instantly. Sharp pains tore through Ralsei's skin, but he remained determined to run and find an opening. The fact is that he had resorted to pulling the prince back could only mean he was growing frustrated with his attacks missing. Sophia, can we have lost score? Sure we can. Thank you for asking. Not many people ask, you know. Sometimes people just demand things. his lost core. It's clearly not there. Oh, something I did, chat. I watched all of Free Ren on the anime, and let me tell you, that shit made me depressed. And it's literally just because of the first 5 episodes. Hi, y'all. Hi. Free Run is so peak. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. Probably some of the most fun I've ever had, just like chilling out and doing chores in an anime. You know what I mean? But yeah. Also, the fights in that show are really good. So yeah. His face was met with the doctor's fist. Ralsei flew into a nearby screen, shattering it instantly. The sharp pain tore through Ralsei's skin, yet he remained determined to run and find an opening. The fact that he had resorted to pulling the prince back could only mean he was growing frustrated with his attacks missing. Can we use the Cuphead OST? I don't know. Free Run Season 2 this month? Exactly, yeah, that's what I'm excited for. Then the doctor appeared before him. This made Ralsei gasp with the shock. Put his hands up to cover his face before a roundhouse kick swung at his neck. Once more the prince found himself flying backwards. And the doctor appeared right behind Ralsei, holding up his foot to catch the dark prince with. Ralsei shrieked in pain. He was thankful for his Darkner biology. If he had been a Lightner, he would have crushed his spine. Ralsei once again bounced forward. He felt his head gripped by the tight skeletal fist of the doctor. Ralsei's eyes fixated on the doctor. He just had to wait for him to start talking again. Then would be the best opportunity. Doctor held up Ralsei in front of him before swinging his arm in a circular motion and slamming Ralsei on the floor. Ralsei bounced back up from it. He could only imagine the welt on his back from the slam. Ralsei coughed and felt his body become heavy as the doctor walked up to the suppressed prince and stomped on his throat. A hoarse cough that... Couch. Oh, God. And then echoed through Ralsei's mouth. It really is nothing personal. In fact, if these glimpses are any indication, you were my favorite. The pressure on his foot became even harder. Ralsei's face became blue as he coughed and choked for air, until his pupils dilated. His pupils disappeared, and the whites of his eyes were all that remained. There lay Ralsei, cold and alone until now. The doctor sighed. He removed his foot from Ralsei's throat. It would be a matter of time before he dissolved like all Darkners did. To be honest, the fact that Darkners became red ash upon being killed was strikingly similar to how monsters became dust when killed. Given the prince's resemblance to a certain someone, he was curious about it, to say the least. But Ralsei did not dissolve. He did not die. He was finally able to get a fresh breath of air. Ralsei knew it was time. Mustering up all the strength he had left, he held his hands in front of his face and yelled. This is so corny, bruh. Michael! Michael, strike back! So corny. Doctor sat up before he felt a sharp pain in his chest. So if you weren't here for the Chapter 1 streams, Birdly used a move called Penumbra Phantasm. So I just decided that all the, unused Toby Fox songs are just going to be attack names. Get ready for Waltz of Sekon Masada. It was as if he had been impaled, but he wasn't. What was happening? No, it couldn't be. You figured it out, didn't you? Elsie said between gasps of air. It's karma magic. Everything you've done to hurt us, you will experience for yourself. Doctor grunted. He fell to his knees, feeling the pain of being smashed into a dozen walls. He grunted in pain. Blood began dripping from his mouth. His body was acting like it really had been slingshotted across the building. Ralsei got up and wiped his gown clean before pointing towards the enemy. This is the most Jotaro. Little bro's trying. Okay, I'm gonna leave in like 30 minutes. Bye, everyone. Okay. To be honest, I was saving that move for the night. But you're the most powerful enemy I've ever fought. I won't let you win so easily. You surprised me. You've never done this before. Thwap. The doctor spat out blood. Rousey's scarf recoiled and returned to him, right as he started to feel the pain about being hit about 100 times by invisible jabs. Now talk! Why did you create this dark world? Rousey said, trying his best to sound intimidating. How did you? You're the only lightener here, and old Susie wouldn't have been so reckless. Say wipes. I'm not so sure about that, or I'll say I'm not so sure about this. I'm not so sure about this. Elsie wiped sweat from his brow, but then the doctor did not answer. Tell me, why did you create a dark world in Mr. Holliday's room? Perhaps I am the wrong person to ask. A man responded with a bloodied smile, feeling now the pain of being impaled for a second time. What are you? Humans never cease to amaze me. It seems they're still the same they're still the same here as well. Humans? I'll say question. The man sat there with a patient smile. He began to whistle a waltzy tune. He playing as a soul after chapter 4. I tried my ding ding hardest again. Kind of, when did I get the birdcage? Ralsei glared at him. He just continued to whistle. Ralsei knew that his Megalo strike back was almost over, and he would be able to move again. So with a final dirty look, Ralsei began to get a head start and ran away as fast as possible. Alright, chat. We have finally got to Chris and Birdley. It's been 3 hours. How did this take 3 hours? It's only 20 pages. How did this take 3 hours? I'm gonna kill. I'm not gonna make that joke. Here's what I'm gonna do instead. I'm gonna reflect on what I was going to say and just say, I am going to eat a raw onion. That's painful, isn't it? For once, I don't want the battle music. For once, I don't want the dark atmospheric music. What time is it for you? It's not 11 for me. But guys, if it's getting late for you, you should probably exit the stream. The VOD will be here when you leave. You know what I mean? Chris looked on lovingly. For whatever reason, watching Birdley do push-ups felt almost magical. Going from yandere Chris to normal, yeah, I'd fuck that bluebird. Chris is fucking crazy. He had lasted longer than they had expected to. 500. Still, it was only half of what Undyne had demanded, but it was a start. Buzz. Chris looked down at their phone. It was a text from Susie. With odds don't come with audience participation. You should hyperlink block now. He's an American, so the time might not be important to him. Who's he? Oh, right. The text is like misspelled on purpose. We should probably misspell it even more.
Hey bitch, we found this hella scary dark fountain. Come as soon as you can.
This was what it had read. Chris has wondered how Susie had managed to make it 16 years in her life without learning how to spell. But seriously, Chris had wondered why they found a dark world and then they dropped their phone. Oh god, panic overcame them. That creepy guy with the mask had won through with it, didn't he? Rudy was Rudy. Chris began hyperventilating. This was bad. Susie didn't know what she was getting into. And what if Elsie showed up? Surely they'd all be. Chris stood up, their heart pounding in their chest. A new anxiety filled within them. Ridley took a break from doing his 501st push-up and started over to Chris, sensing immediately that something was wrong. Chris, are you? Bradley started. I need to go now. This is like the wrong fucking theme. I love the whiplash from creepy ass hallucination of us to dating the fucking bird, Chris. Why does this go hard? What the fuck? This is also the wrong tone. Kind of similar to the tone, but not what I wanted. I guess I could deal with this. Chris, are you? I need to go now. Chris said the words, escaping their mouth like rushing water. Why? Is there something wrong? Bradley said, trying to calm Chris down. Chris didn't have time for this. Despite the fact that it was very sweet, they needed a thing of a lie. Bradley didn't know that dark worlds were real, and if he found out that Chris had lied to him, this could mean... They had remembered how Noelle had reacted to Susie showing her a dark world. Showing her Castle Town. But Bradley wasn't as forgiving as she was. Their mind racing to think of an excuse, but they just put a wing on Chris' shoulder. It's your dad, right? Bradley assumed, and frankly, it was a good guess. Isn't he still in the hospital? Does he need help? Bradley asked. Yes. Chris lied. Bradley had provided them the perfect out, and they needed to go to the hospital anyway. So was it really this dishonest? Yes. Okay, there's no time to wait. Bradley said with a smirk. Chris's face fell. Okay. This didn't mean what they thought it did it? Yo, Seth, can't get over this dynamic. What is this bit? Chat? What is the bit? At last was the bit. The bit with hope crossed on its heart. Okay. Yo, Sensei, I need to cut today's lab English. I forgot how fucking cringy it is. I need to cut today's lab session short. He said, turning around and yelled at the general vicinity of Undyne. What? Why? Nate said, popping her head out of the doorway. 2 protein shakes in hand. I will provide my assistance to Chris's father. Chris is back so we can control them with poles. Hey, sold this. Alright, that's all I remember from Japanese class. Because I was too busy drawing dicks on people. Anyway. Nan said with a small and her still recovering face. Of course. Oh, wait. Sorry. Oh, why didn't you just say so? People come before anything else. Nan said with a smile on her still recovering face. Of course. He then turned to Chris and shot them a wink. They began sweating nervously. They couldn't have Birdley find the Dark World. He could get hurt, and given how badly he had been beaten last time, that was almost an inevitability. This still gave them an excuse to leave, perhaps. They could lose Birdley at the hospital. Perhaps they could lose Birdley at the hospital. I don't speak anime. Wow, that's racist. That's really racist. That's how I picture Curdley. Oh my god, like the dumbass over there looks up closer. Wait, that's my dumbass! So he could lose Burley at the hospital. Burley then crouched down, offering his back. Get on, I'll begin there within half a frame. Chris was conflicted. What Birdley had said was incredibly cringe, yet they really did want to piggyback right from him. I forgot how fun writing them is. I forgot. So within 1 second, they deliberated and came to the unanimous decision that they would ride Birdley's back. They got one. They got on, and suddenly within seconds they had arrived to the hospital. Chris was amazed by Birdley's speed. Despite the fact that he had only been training around 9 for about 2.5 days, he'd still managed to become much quicker. This is so fucking peak. Now was no time for amazement. They needed to lose Birdley. I got that before they could finish. Birdley opened the hospital doors and asked, "What will be the dads again?" He scurried after him. If he wasn't careful, he could. Birdley scoffed. Last time he had been here, he had been slammed into multiple walls by some quack of a head doctor. He opened another pair of double doors, scanning the room for his eyes. He then found himself in front of a... Yeah, this is perfect. He then found himself in front of a strange door. For some reason underneath it, instead of seeing light, there was a floor of cold darkness. One that felt oddly familiar. Chris opened the doors. Birdley, wait. Birdley turned the doorknob. Creak. Chris Kringle, this is Dad's room? Oh, this is fucking hilarious. Can I have abs? No. To both. Okay. He puzzled a confused look on his face, but as he opened the door, he saw nothing but a black abyss below him. What the? Burnley, don't walk into it, Chris said, running forward. But it was too late. With the step of his foot, Birdley had fallen into the dark world. A surprised gasp echoed through the room. I'm not giving you abs. I'm sorry. I'm not giving Birdley abs. I'm sorry. She means no. You want to hear it in Spanish? No. It's a good bit. Chris's eyes widened. This really was the worst case scenario, and with a gulp they jumped in. They knew they'd have to explain themselves to Birdley, but on the positive side, if Susie was still alive, at least she'd have both Chris and Birdley to support her. Chris landed on one knee. They were in a padded cell. Birdley was looking in awe, not at the cell, but at himself. It's just like my dream. Okay. No more penis music. Alright. Hit the gym. Why? The gym did nothing wrong. Idiots. Is this sad? This kind of fits for the next few scenes. Man, this girl is pretty lost. If you catch my meaning. He said under his breath. Chris was full of nerves. Their stomach was full of butterflies, sweat pooling from their face. Truth be told, this is the first time they were ever nervous around Birdley. Then they felt a slight pain in their chest, like a pinch. They bowed their head, unable to stop it. This was a choice you guys made. You weren't dreaming, they tried to say as quietly as possible, but it still rang loud. What? Silly you don't, Birdley started. Yeah, Queen, the Cyber City, that Mechie Belt, they all really happened, Chris answered. Birdley stepped back. Of course, some part of it knew it wasn't really a dream. How could he and Noelle have the same dream? Still realizing it made him step back. This, what you see before you, is called a dark world. Truth be told, they don't really understand how they work, but here anything is possible. Chris continued against their will. Sorry for not telling you. I didn't want to put you in danger. The last part was genuine. Chris felt ashamed for lying for so long, but suddenly felt warm. The stink smell of pizza deodorant in the air. Birdley was hugging them? No in Spanish isn't no. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You idiot. Yes, it is. Oh. Chris, I appreciate your pity, but I'm stronger than you think. I'm an alpha gamer. This made both of them laugh. You don't have to protect me, he said under his breath. The worst part is that not the alpha gamer. Abysmal dog shit, dude. What have I done with my life, man? I could have been like an English teacher or something. I could have been like a novelist. Instead I'm doing this shit at 10 in the fucking night. Dude. What the fuck am I doing with my life, man? Yeah, about that I might have to. Birdley cocks the gamer's eyebrow? Okay, I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. What the fuck? It's not worth it, dude. Life is not worth it. Life is not worth it, dude. Birdly cocked the gamer's eyebrow. You guys don't even know what that means because all of you are like 14. So, okay. How do I explain this? So there's this guy, you might have heard of him. He's called The Rock. And he moves his eyebrow and it's very funny. And that's called the people's eyebrow. Because he's the people's champ. You know, it became like a meme a few years ago, like the eyebrow raise. Birdley's doing that, but it's called the gamer's eyebrow because he's an alpha gamer. You get it, right? You're smart. You stop crying from laughing. You wrote this, Sophia. Suffer the consequences of your own making. It's like having a beta. It's like having a beta gamer twice without knowing how the fuck Sophia can write before he speaks. Stop crying from laughing. Oh, buddy, I'm not crying from laughing. Anyway. I'm afraid there's someone very, very powerful here. So keep your guard up. I'm gonna try to find Susie and get her out of here, Chris explained. Wait, what about your dearest father? He's fine, I lied. This is why I had to leave. Chris continued as they walked forward to the padded cell. Saw the spiral staircase going on for infinity. With a hearty gulp, they took out their sword and began descending into the depths. Birdley followed them, stretching out his wings as he did. Okay, and now to the second most fucked up scene in the fic. Oh my god. Proceed! How about I proceed to give your mom a good time tomorrow night? How about that? I'm gonna proceed into her bedroom, proceed into her sheets, and proceed to give her a good time, if you know what I'm saying. I wish my mom would come home and make me instant noodles. Oh, buddy. I made your mom instant noodles last night. Alright. This is too easy. Too easy, okay. I feel like we need something more depressing. Okay. The gamer's eyebrow. Like, I can't get over that. I'm gonna have to lower the volume on this so it doesn't annoy me. I wish I could just play his theme or OST Undertale. Actually, let's see. I have a sneaking suspicion. This isn't as emotional. No, you know what is as emotional, if not more emotional? Memory 10 years later. Yes, Susie is using Azriel's theme. Shut the fuck up. Vic has never made me want to see cute Curdly fan art. I've never shipped Curdly in my life. Actually, I don't even play Deltarune. I'm gonna give Chad another poll. There we go. This shit makes any George Orwell book look like Twilight in comparison. The most terrifying thing about The Rock is he doesn't want his eyebrows to look scary. His body is enough. Susie, wait! Noelle cried before Susie picked her up. She was now carrying her on her shoulders.
What? Don't tell me you're afraid of heights.
Susie smirked. He's still bleeding out. You could collapse any second.
I already told you, not happening.
Susie winked. Not that Noelle could see it, but she did anyway.
Come on. We gotta keep your eyes open for Alcé. Gotta keep our eyes open for Alcé.
Exactly how does this help us look for Alcé? The dear girl said, fighting back a blush.
Well, you're higher up. It gives you farther view, right?
No, not exactly.
Damn, I thought it did.
Susie bowed her head. Her one useful idea reduced to dust in the wake of actual logic. Oh my god. In the past 15 minutes, Gaster basically beat the shit out of Ralsei. Then we cut to Chris and Birdley hanging out, and then Chris got the text from Susie I established 3 hours ago. And now Chris is in the dark world. Yeah. Please, the incredible Galaxy bass up and down and sing California Girls. We're at 6 viewers, okay. Damn, I missed Curdley. Yeah, you did. But Susie didn't let Noelle down. For some reason, doing her best to make Noelle happy made the pain of her cracked bones and concussed head lessen. This is, like, sweet.
Hey, Sugar Plum?
Susie asked.
Yeah, what is it?
Susie continued walking for a while without saying anything.
Sorry for keeping all this Dark World stuff from you. I know it was a while ago, but I should have just shown you from the beginning.
Noelle's heart sank. This is the first time she ever heard Susie apologize for anything. Susie, what's wrong?
Nothing. Just a while ago, I saw something that really freaked me out.
Susie looked to the floor, her now dried up blood littering the Dark World attire. No, this is too hopeful. This is too happy. Let's just go with the original plan. There we go. Why did Sophia crash out? I'm not crashing out. I'm just upset at the viewer turnout, that's all. Just, once you tasted it. We're gonna get Demon Noelle if Susie dies. Wow, okay. I guess we just gotta wait for the viewership to go back up. It's fine. Littering her Dark World attire.
In one of these Dark Worlds, it said I would, die.
The scene, legit made me tear up when I was writing it. Noelle's blood ran cold.
What?
She said softly. Susie kept walking.
Saw this prophecy and showed the future. Things that would happen or else the world would be destroyed.
And you saw one, were you? Noelle questioned, panic raising in her voice.
Yeah.
Susie continued forward, ignoring the screens that showed glimpses of the future and memories of what will be.
To be honest, I don't know. Or a lot of things that have recently happened fit into it, but when the guy was kicking my ass, I kept thinking, this is it. This is when I die.
Susie explained. Doubled and watching them run, we lost you. Tears began rolling down the delinquent's face. Fuck, dude. Cause then I don't want to die, Susie said before sniffing. Her voice became shaky. Fuck, dude. Cause then I never see you again. Ooh. 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 Susie, put me down, please. Noelle said, masking her own sadness. Susie wiped tears with her forearm. Yeah, sure. You can't make us cry like this. Susie got down on one knee and let Noelle off her shoulders. Noelle turned to face Susie, who was fighting several tears, no doubt to look tough. They have to go to bed, night-night chat. Noelle's, I didn't realize there were multiple of them, put her hand on Susie's cheek and looked into her eyes. It was a night of firsts for sure. She had never seen Susie cry. She had never heard her apologize. She had never seen her beaten in spirit before. Noelle thought about the first time she had seen Susie, how scary she was. Now she looked like a kicked puppy. Then she thought of the heroic Susie that saved her from Queen. How she had always fought with a smile on her face. Now she looked like she needed a hero more than anyone else in the whole world. Doesn't Susie use her health magic on herself? She can't. She's out of magic. Sorry if I didn't make that clear enough, but she's out of magic. She's like legit out of mana, dude. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. Noelle pressed her forehead up against Susie's before kissing her softly. Susie's eyes widened. Why was Noelle being so kind? Usually crying was a sign of weakness. That's what she had come to learn. She had promised herself a long time ago that she would never cry in front of anyone again. Fuck, man. This hurts. It took a lot of practice, but eventually, all she felt was a slight sting in the eyes. And all that hard work had gone to waste. Susie had pulled in Noelle, happy that she wasn't alone. Maybe it was okay to cry. Fuck, the two broke away from each other and Susie just held Noelle as tightly as she could without hurting her. Why don't we take a break? Noelle asked quietly. Susie just nodded slowly. It kind of makes sense you need TP to use that. You can see this actually happening in Deltarune. Damn, 8 views. Yep. Yeah. I like how you guys are voting for more Yuri scenes than Yaoi scenes. I like how you guys are just like,
Sophia, go back to the Hibajoshi arc.
Frickin' losers. Oh, fuck, I'd forgotten how good permanent markers smell. Oh, that's good. Feel it in my eyes, man. Anyway. Why don't we take a break? Noelle asked quietly. Susie just nodded slowly. No matter what was happening or what was going to happen, it didn't matter. Right now they had each other, and that was all that mattered. Susie buried her snout into Noelle's hair. She smelled a little less like gingerbread, a little more like blood, but it still comforted her. Eyes move to a screen. Oh fuck! This is the part that really gets me. All the coast viewers are going to sleep, and all the British viewers are waking up soon. Yeah, sure. Just move to a screen. It looked like it was Christmas. There sat Susie and Noelle. They looked older. Susie's hair was shorter, and Noelle had finally embraced being goth. They were still passing presents to each other, and when they had reached the last one, Susie smiled and pulled out one that was smaller. She looked nervous as Noelle carefully removed the wrapping paper, careful not to rip it. It was a red velvet box. One for, her eyes grew wide, and she looked at Susie, who just shrugged. Open it, she said. Oh, God. Is that a goth use Grimdark? Yeah, maybe. Sure, why not? This isn't gonna offend anyone. People love goth girls. It's a Homestuck reference in Deltarune. They need a grimdark girl art. So, fun fact chat. One time I got, like, really drunk. This was, like, last year. Last year at the school ended. This is, like, the first time I really ever got drunk. I was with my mom's friends and I went on a rant. Went on a drunken rant about how much I loved goth girls and how much I needed one in my life. And like, all of my mom's friends were like, hell yeah, sister. We're all gonna die. Renee comes over to Noelle's secret third cousin and said, favorite catchphrase and check please. Okay, whatever. Inside was a gold ring with tiny red rubies embedded in it. Noelle looked at the ring, blushing like a schoolgirl for the first time in 5 years. As she looked away from the ring, she saw Susie down on one knee. Susie felt her cheeks become red watching the screen and turned away. Even if she was bound by fate, she didn't look like she had to be. Even if that world was dead and gone, there was still hope, right? Susie clung to Noelle tightly. She didn't want to let go. Hey, when this is all over, Susie began before being cut off. This is like the most Deltarune accurate. This is the most... Legitimately, every time Susie tries to get closer to Noelle, someone interrupts them. Whoa, holy shit, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? Alright, anyway, Noelle, Susie, we need to leave now. A familiar soft voice screamed. Both Susie and Noelle turned their heads. It was Rouse. Rouse would have ruined the moment. Mood. We all relate to that. Sophia, I must ask, what's your favorite Transformer? I don't know. I don't have any Transformers. Or else they make me hug him. Yeah, sure, buddy. You're never getting the Goat Boy huzz. I'm sorry. Finish next stream, you stupid asshole. Fuck you. You know what? I have some choice words for you, past Sophia. Dear past Sophia, you are a stupid... I hate you with every fiber of my being. I will live to piss on your grave, Jim Cornette style. I hate you with the wrath of sons. There we go. Sophia's surprised at her own writing. She's Fujimoto. What the fuck? Okay, we're back at... Okay. I showed her, right, chat? Fucking showed her. You have no riz, no bitches, and your Jordans are fake. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna smoke some Dark Fountain. I'm not coming back. Okay, cool. Fucking showed her, right, chat? Fucking showed her. Alright. Sophia might be... Actually, Sophia might just... Alright. What the fuck happens next? What the fuck happens next, chat? We have to finish this fuck-ass scene. So, what the fuck happens next? I'm not sure. Okay. It was Ralsei. So obviously Ralsei needs to heal Susie. Ralsei's probably gonna be like, oh, get a room. No, Ralsei wouldn't say that. I think I'm gonna go online. And then I'm gonna go online. We could post, oh, I think Obama is gassing. Hey, everyone, just spread my message till everyone believes me. Okay, so Yuri scenes have won. I'm glad. What the fuck happens next? Okay, so Ralsei has to heal Susie, or else Susie's gonna fucking die. How about this? Let's establish that Noelle isn't quite too fond of Ralsei either. I feel like putting these two at odds is far more interesting than just having them be like friends. So, whatever. Noelle scoffed under her peppermint breath. Read the room, she thought. Ralsei comes crashing in after Gaster throws him at Susie, Noel's direction. They try to kill Ralsei for stopping Yuri. That seems a bit out of character. Read the room, she thought. Susie, however, stood up, unknowingly dropping Noelle to the floor. Noelle's racist against darkness. No, nothing that far. I think just having them like not like each other is more interesting. Alright. Dropping Noelle to the floor. She landed on her behind and crossed her arms and made a pouty face. There we go. There we go. There we go. She's like, oh fuck, I can't cuddle with my girlfriend anymore. This fucking sucks. Yeah, there's a time skip. They have one interaction in chapter 2. Oh, do they hate each other? I just think it's more interesting that way. Both are pretty similar characters, and I feel like if they just got along, it would just be like a mesh of like, hey Noel, how are you doing? It's fine, Rousey, how are you doing? Oh, I'm doing great. I love healing and baking. Oh, me too. And then it's just like they talk about nothing for 30 minutes. Because, yeah. It'd just be boring. You know what I mean? Oh, that really hurt. What happened in the 6 months between chapter 4 and now? Toriel Shibuya incident, everything. Besides, this is my interpretation of these characters. It's a fan fiction. Everyone's acting a little out of character. In case you haven't noticed, Birdley never refers to himself as an alpha gamer in the fucking game, okay? No, such a bum. Made a pouty face. Susie, what's the... Stomped. I guess we'll just use rushed over to Ralsei. Rushed over to Ralsei. What gesture is she doing? Is she doing like heal me? Is she like shaking her fist? I feel like she's gonna shake her fist. She shook her fists up and down and said, man, they didn't want to die. They should have. No. Please add purple Homer Simpson. I think I'm gonna add a bullet to my brain. She's just flipping it off. And then,
Hey, Rousey, please heal me.
I'm out.
Out of magic. I can't heal myself.
Or I'll say his face fell. There must have done a number to her. Actually, that was her examination. It was surprising that Susie was... I just realized we're getting a Gaster versus Birdley rematch. Oh my god. You have been writing for 3 hours straight. I have found... No. So now it's gonna be Fun Gang versus Gaster? Pretty much. Fun Gang plus Birdley and Noel versus Gaster. Oh my god. We get the Gaster versus Birdley rematch, chat. I'm still standing. Given how splotches of red and purple roots littered her body. Really sorry, Solo, sorry you don't make the rules. Actually, wait, is Awakened form might solo this? No, wait, who won last? Gaster fucking won. Gaster fucking no diffed him. Burnley might just carry chat. I didn't think about this. Because Lightners get stronger in the Dark World, and this is already a weakened Gaster. And this is Burnley after 2 days of training. Chat. Does Burnley just fucking solo? Oh my god. Literate her body. Oh, sure, but we really... Oh my god. They fought against the Material. This should be light work. Nah, dude. He has gravity powers and he can teleport. This is fucking insane. Oh my god. This is so dumb. I keep forgetting that I gave Burnley a second form, chat. I keep fucking forgetting. No, back in the innocent days when this was just a shit post. Back here. Oh my god. Get the fuck out of my hospital. Oh, I remember the days, chat. Never come to my house again. Oh my god. Those were the days, chat. Those were the days. Those were the days. But we really have to... Yeah, I'll say started. Wait, this doesn't make sense now. We really have to go soon. It doesn't make sense for him to be cut off by a noise because Gaster can fucking teleport. So stupid. The joy of writing fills you with joy. Please just give Gaster multiple forms too. This is the Dragon Ball solution. I have the most stupid idea. Apple juice with legs. Get out. Get the fuck out of here. I never want to see you again. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm joking, please. I'm joking. You could say. You could say I'm joking. But oh my god. What the fuck? I need caffeine. My brain is running low. Okay, we have to go soon. Rel say raised a hand. It glowed with green sparkles. I'm gonna end stream in like 3 hours. Alright. This is streak. Sophia, we gotta make a fan wiki to keep track of the power scaling. I'm gonna leave now. I want to play Pokemon. I mean, you could just have this in the background, but okay. Where to power scale? What class of bird like me? I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know. You think I think about like actual power scaling when I make shit? Nah, dude. It's rule of cool. I don't give a fuck. It glowed with green sparkles. Right as Susie's face lit up. Ralsei felt a cold, bony hand on his wrist. I got no clue on power scaling. Much like all the other time, we wasted so much time on the fucking recap and me going insane. I don't understand how this is ever gonna work. How the fuck are we gonna finish this, chat? We've spent more streams on this specific fucking fight than the entirety of chapter 1. On his wrist. Found you. No, that's not what Gasser would say.
There's
There's where you ran off to. There we go. I'm so fucking tired, dude. Bigger number of higher tiers you are, the higher chance you win, basically. What? Guys, you know who solos all of fiction? It's me with a shredder. Because I can print out any character I want and shred them. I am the strongest character in fiction. With my holy shredder, we shall destroy the visage of fiction. What the fuck am I talking about? Both Susie and Noel. No, wait, not Noel. Fuck. Ralsei looked up with fear. Chad versus Sophia. I'd fucking smoke you guys, dude. This is a very unique situation. Looked up with fear. Noel stood up and equipped the thorn ring. Noel. This has been the main focus of half the chapter. Yeah, good point. Good point. Equip the thorn ring. She felt its power coursing through her veins. I want to sleep, to be completely honest. Alright, coursing through her veins. Coursing through. The British people aren't gonna wake up for another 2 hours. Oh, I just finished the water I had and it tasted like piss. Alright, coursing through our veins. Actually, no, I'll stood up. Was frozen in place. She couldn't move. I think destroying the moon means she has all the power and can't believe Toby Fox made Kara, made the soul, made Chris, make spams and break your PC. She couldn't move. She looked down at her blue soul. No man. Oh wait. The man turned to Noel and put a finger to his mask's lips. Gasser broke your PC because he hates Yuri. Here, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do, chat. Here's what we're gonna do, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. So, Gaster has Noelle frozen in place because they don't want her to use Snowgrave yet. I feel like that's like a Chekhov's gun we need to save for a later date.
That really was.
Oh fuck! It's not all caps. It's not Gaster coded. That really was quite the trick, my friend. Any predictions for chapter 5? The only one I have is that, like, the only unique one is that we're gonna get a return to the dating star minigame from Undertale. Hi YouTube, it's me. Okay. Oh, it really was. He gripped tighter. Let's just fuck tighter, yet tighter. Zero will appear in chapter 5 to look directly in the camera and call you slurs. I don't think that'll happen. Dating minigame is Susie. No. I think Birdley's gonna get the dating minigame. I genuinely do. I genuinely think that's gonna happen. Because Birdley started hitting on Chris in chapter 4. I think it'd be really funny if there was... So, normal route, here's how I picture the festival scene going. Chris and Susie hang out, do a couple mini games, and then they meet up with Noelle. And Noelle and Susie have to sneak around to avoid Carol. So they go off and do their own gay little subplot, which we check into after, like, later. Possibly using the unused sprites from chapter 4. And then you're left with Birdley, pretty much. And Birdley's like, Birdley thinks this is because you're into him. So he's like, well then, shall the dating commence? And then you get like the dating start thing. Because it'd be in the light world, thus you get the Undertale UI. And I think that's what would happen. And we're gonna get like a Birdley version of it. That's what I think. Birdley's a disaster to Curdly canon. And then the weird route, you're just gonna skip all that shit. Susie's gonna go off looking for Noelle, and then Noelle's gonna appear, grab Chris, and then they're gonna like go on the Ferris wheel, and it's gonna be really uncomfortable. Chris in chapter 5 will bring all their love towards Susie on another level. I think they just consume the plot closely, just have an amazing story, like, okay. So first of all, that's assuming that Chris is in love with Susie, which is debatable. First of all, and second of all, that's assuming that Chris is a male, which Chris isn't. So you're wrong. I hate to break this to you, but you're wrong. He grips tighter yet tighter. Ralse gasped in pain. Yamete kudasai. Gaster sensei. No, that's cringe. Okay, I'm so fucking brain rotted. Random person on the internet is wrong, how preposterous. No, that's not it. I'm just responding to chat. I cut open his zit today, and all the pus and blood flowed out of it. It was really gross. I don't know why I'm telling you that. Anyway, gasped in pain. Anyway, Birdley's going in for the save, it looks like. That's gonna be interesting. Give me a second, chat. I'm not sure how he did this for a full week, to be completely honest. I feel really tired.
But now it appears you have reached an end.
Sophia, you sound very tired. We do not need to know that. Yeah. Got all over my pants and stuff. So yeah, now I gotta, And then I had to change my pants before stream. Because it was full of blood and pus. Yeah. I'm very tired. That's not how you spell Ralse, dumbass. All the AO3 hoes are gonna make fun of you, Sophia. What the hell? Then your lifelong quest of gaining bitches will be over. Too much information. Oh, you know the worst part? Worst part is I couldn't disinfect the wound. Sure, Ralse is even cuter. She's not important to most. Ralse is a boy. I feel like you're doing this on purpose. Delta Fellows, Birdley's designs are up. I'll look at those. I need a break. Sophia's beefing herself from a minute ago. Yeah. Well, you know, once you're strong enough, the only one who could really challenge you is yourself. You know what I mean? Alright. Boop. Boop. What is this? That's not what I needed. There we go. This is stuff made by Phone Man. We're looking at Phone Man's art. Chris and Susie's relationship is pretty cool. They're both considered outsiders in town. Okay, yeah, I get why people ship Chris and Susie. I just personally don't. It's not my thing. I understand it. People, okay, so this might be a bit shocking to you guys. I'm a fan of a little known series called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And in that, the most popular ship, much like Chris and Susie, is Jotaro and Kakyoin. Now, I understand why people ship this, because Kakyoin is Jotaro's best friend, and they're both beefy dudes. And that's pretty much it. And people ship Chris and Susie because they're best friends, and they eat garbage together. And that's it. Because, I don't know. And if that's romantic to you, I'm not one to judge. Just me personally. I had lots of friends who ate garbage with me in high school, and I wouldn't really consider dating any of them. Nor would I consider dating another beefy person just because I was also beefy. You know what I'm saying? I feel like connections need to be a little deeper than that. And granted, Chris and Susie do have more than Jotaro and Kakyoin. They have one vaguely romantic scene in Chapter 3. And I will give you that. That does exist. However, that scene is written off in the exact same way Birdley and Susie's scene is written off. So without further evidence, I'm sorry, it's not for me. Anyway, there's actually 2 Roaring Knife equivalents in Deltafell Shattered Prophecy. Meet one of them, the Reaper Squire. I love the design. Bangin'. Design, my Phone Man. Aren't Jotaro and Kakyoin the only 2 characters who are underage too? I feel like it's helped with how popular it is. Quick aside. Jotaro and Kakyoin has been a ship since the 80s. Usually people shipping things, people only really care about age stuff more recently. Seeing as other popular JoJo ships are also not age appropriate. Like, say, Dio and Poochie. Poochie is 16 and Dio is like 120. That's bad. That's bad. But people still ship it. You know what I mean? And that's because for a long time, people didn't really view it as, like, underage. They viewed it as, like, I don't know, an excuse to make free porn, I guess. You still see this, like, attitude a lot in spaces today. Oh, they're fictional characters. We shouldn't care. But whatever. Meet Care Ally. The Delta Fell Shattered Prophecy of Image Friend equivalent. Oh, okay. That's pretty sick. Okay. So wait, is this Birdley? Because you said Birdley was up. It's a love relationship. Who the fuck cares about their age? Yeah, see that's what most people's attitude is. See, me personally, if you want two characters to be in a relationship, I'd want that relationship to be healthy and good because I presumably like these characters. And to me, I don't see a healthy relationship that can possibly exist where one character is an adult and the other is a child. I I'm sorry, I can't see it. It's why I don't ship Denji and Makima. It's why I don't ship Guts and Griffith. I'm sorry, man. I can't do it. Read the comments. Oh, okay. I know this isn't Birdly. I lied for the funny. Angry rage noises. Alright, I'm gonna link your art like I always do. Give me a second. Unhealthy relationships can be fun though. However, so for example, Carrie-L in the in Hometown Incident is toxic Yuri. It just is. It just is toxic Yuri. And I'm not gonna knock that from anyone. However, I feel like there's a difference between fun, unhealthy, like something that's fun because of the drama of it, like say like a toxic Yuri or like a lot of people really like Weird Route Chris L because it's really creepy and gross. And I'm not going to take that away from them. If they like that, that's fine. But I'm not going to like say like I don't know, just like an offhanded example, ship like Susie and Alfie's because that would also be like toxic and gross. Because that would be disgusting because Susie's a child and Alfie's is an adult. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. You go. You smell what the sofa's cooking. You smell what the sofa's cooking. You understand what you know what I'm saying. But basically, what I'm getting at here, chat, it's this noble concept that's called pedophilia is wrong. And we shouldn't glorify it with fictional relationships. That's what I'm saying. It's very hard to articulate. It's very hard to say. I know I'm very bold for saying it. Not many people would say it nowadays, but yeah. Yeah, I get it. Because Sophia brought up Jotaro and Kaka, and then I brought up somewhere. A lot of people are like, "Oh, it's fictional. It doesn't matter." To me, it does, because if you like a ship, that's like an endorsement of it. I like Curdly because I like the idea of a couple that exists where one just constantly rage baits the other. Is that inherently toxic to some people? Sure. However, if I liked a ship about like an adult dating a child, why would I like that ship? Unless I inherently liked the idea of an adult being with a child. You see what I mean? I like Suzelle because they're opposites that find out that they're more similar to each other than they really think. That they actually are really good for each other and end up helping each other out constantly. I also like how awkward they are. To some people, that's toxic. Noelle's behavior is too much, and Susie belongs with other people. Whatever. However, if I say wanted one of them to date an adult, why would I like that? Why would I want that unless I liked the idea of them being with a child being with an adult? I like Desriel mainly because people just gives guys a retainer next to their likely what? Like to me, I don't see like I don't know. To me, shipping children with adults, that's kind of gross to me. And yeah, sure, I might dislike Cruzy. I might not vibe with Chris L. They're just not my things. But at least at least they're not like shipping an adult with a child. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying. You're very smart. You are a very smart, intelligent, and might I say, formally presentable person. So you understand what I'm laying down. Yes, yes. You are a very nice, good person who understands what I'm saying. I also put some of the Square's lore in the comments. Oh, okay, then I'm gonna have to go back and read it. Sorry. Sorry, we're going back and reading Phone Man's thing. Reading the lore. Let's read lore. It's a good break from this. I think I'm officially giving up on the Delta Fell idea. I went back to read the doc and it was okay. One of the things I wrote was Chris gets jumped by Monster Kid and Snowy, and it's like very violent and very mean spirited, and I was just like, yeah, this is just not a good time. I don't know. It was just hard to write. It was just really hard to write. Okay, Laura. Squire is a Darkener created in the Ruined Sanctuary, Dark Sanctuary equivalent. They terrorize the Fun Gang throughout Chapter 3. There's also suit armor a while ago in the Light World. Okay, cool. Oh, so they're kind of like the Sound of Justice. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. You're right. You should say adult-child relationships in fictionary isn't inherently unequal because the adult has power, life experience, and control of the child. Because it's so I'm not going to say everything that happens in fiction is an inherent endorsement of, say, those things happening in reality, because that's not true. I don't think Gege Akutami wants to destroy Shibuya. I don't think Kentaro Miura wants to kill the King of Midland. I don't think Stan Lee wants billionaires to dress up in Halloween costumes and become what's the YouTube friendly term for this? Fun criminals with explodies. However, I think there's a line when it comes to writing relationships, because relationships are so personal and universal. Everyone in the entire planet has had a relationship with someone. And when I say relationships here, I don't mean romantic. And that's why when writing abusive relationships, they need to be handled with care and respect, because if they aren't, it oftentimes feels as if the writer doesn't care about the viewer's feelings. That they just included it here to be shocking and upsetting, and say if someone were to hypothetically include a romantic relationship between an adult and a child and present it as a good thing, that would come off as cringe, wouldn't it? Just as it would for a writer to present a fiction where a kid brought a pew-pew to a school and started unaliving students and presented that as a good thing. I hate that I have to use these words, but I'm on YouTube, baby. Land of censorship. You know what I mean? You know what? Let's get back to this bullshit. Exactly. If I handled responsibly. Yeah, huge. There's also huge around tennis size. Pixelated 3D model. Oh, okay, cool. Let's not. What are we even talking about? Okay, it looks like Birdley's coming in for the save. Okay. What the fuck does birthday do? What the fuck does birthday do? Yeah, birthday would probably say. Oh boy. Hey you! Stop right there! There, Nair. How do you spell? Yeah, it's like Nair. Duel. I don't know how to say that. It's like, fuck. It's such a, it's an easy word to say out loud, but it's like, you unscrupulous malefactor. Oh, that works. Unscrupulous malefactor. A familiar, annoying voice broke the tense silence. Every anime has like an intense stand down. Toriyama had Goku versus Frieza. Araki had Jotaro versus Dio. Kubo had Ichigo versus Aizen. We have Birdley versus Caster, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? I'm gonna turn in for the night. I got work later. Have fun writing. Yeah. I wish I had a normal job, honestly. A stomp. Right there. You unscrupulous. Hey you, stop right there, you unscrupulous malefactor. Broke the tense silence. Mania dripped from the old doctor's voice. Just make this an anime at this point. Yeah, jobs are for losers. Seeker, I'm not sure if you realize this, but this is my job. I'm streaming. So, fun fact, every time I do one of these late streams, it's because I haven't made enough progress on the second Susie video. And I justify it to myself by saying, I need to make money. I need to make money. I need to pay rent. I need to pay car insurance. And the only way I could do that is by doing this, basically. This is my fucking job. Alright. Mania dripped from the old doctor's voice. Despite the fact that he had reapplied his mask for some reason. It was clear he was grinning with a demonic... How about we say this? How about this? Perverted sentimentality. There we go. There we go. There we go. Kara would be happy. I quoted Kara. If you have fun streaming, then you have a good job. Buddy, whoever said this was fun? I hate each and every... I'm just kidding. I can't say that with a straight face. Yeah, I enjoy streaming. Oh, it's waiting room. Must be Yuri season. Girls must be making out somewhere, chat. Unknowing everyone, and I mean everyone, turned to the blue bird brain. Brian. This is why Fazbear Frights burned down. Birdley's saving the day is gonna sit below for like 30 pages. I feel like this is why later Dragon Ball arcs became so long, because Toriyama just like got an idea. He was like, hey, what if Cell fought Piccolo? And then that was like 5 chapters, and that's pretty cool. And he's like, yeah, cool. But what if Android 17 fought Cell and Android 16 fought Cell? And that became so long. And then eventually everyone's fighting Cell. And before you know it, 100 chapters have passed. Years of this man's life have been wasted. That's what's happening here! To the blue bird brain. Burnley! Noelle shrieked. I don't think he's called her Lady Noelle once in this fic. Let's fix that. Everything turned... What is it? Hometown Ball Z. Fear not, Lady Noelle. I have come to save you.
The hell is Birdley doing here?
Alright. Susie asked Rel say. Rel say gave a 1 shrug in response. There we go. To make up for this, we're writing so many romantic scenes after this. So much. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, we need more romance, yeah. Then Birdley wanted the Home Depot, bought a max automatic lithium cordless impact half-inch drill with a battery charger and bag. Nah, he doesn't need it. The doctor stayed silent. Doctor stayed silent. God damn it. Before covering his mask with his hand. Oh my god. I like that every main villain so far has been like, oh, I fucking hate Birdley. And that's their motivation. That's their motivation for being like fucking evil. What the fuck is this? Oh god damn it! Oh god damn it. Man muttered under his breath. How many more times was he going to be interrupted from doing his job? God damn it, the bird's back for more. No, he's not going to say that because he's trying not to reveal his identity. That's why he has the mask. That's why he only reveals his face to Ralsei, because Ralsei wouldn't recognize him in the light world. I don't get why the fandom hates Birdly, to be completely honest. Birdly is like just Papyrus but annoying. And even then you could argue that other characters who are more popular are more annoying than Birdly. Personally, I always found Birdly hilarious. Like, always. Excuse me, chat. Anyway, everyone hates him because he's annoying. So, yeah, all right. I'm gonna list other characters who could be read as annoying: Spamton, Tenna, Queen, Lancer. But those four characters are all fan favorites. Why are they fan favorites and Birdly isn't? Like, I don't personally, I don't get it. I think he plays his role really well. How many times is he going to be interrupted from doing his job? Alright. Listen here, friend. This is reading like a Dragon Ball Z abridged scene right now. There we go. Listen here, friend. If you don't if you don't let that boy alone. The brain rot runs so deep. It's so deep in my brain. I feel like Birdly's just a satirical representation of Reddit and everyone hates him for that. He's not just a satirical representation of Reddit, though. He's a lot more than that. I don't know. If you don't let that boy alone, I'm gonna be, no, it's like, what's like the Instagram Reels, thing to say against bullies? It's like, you're on thin ice, pal. You're lucky, my dad isn't here, or I'm gonna, if you don't let that boy alone, I'm gonna get real mad, okay? But truly, aren't we all Birdly? I'm not Birdly, dude. Sorry, dude. I don't play enough video games to be Birdly. I spend most of my time drawing and thinking of ways to kill characters violently. So, yeah, no. What the fuck is he gonna say? Excuse me for a sec. Alright, I'm back. Okay, what the fuck is he gonna say? Listen here, friend, if you don't let that boy alone, I'm going to knock your I'm going to knock your block off. Is good. There we go. Am I the only chatter? It's the only. No, there's 8 other people here. I'm and then Susie's gonna groan because she's like, that's like the lamest threat she's ever heard. I'm gonna knock your block off. Birdley huffed. Confidence oozed from the alpha male. There we go. Just to remind you guys what fic this is. And then Susie's gonna be like, oh my fucking god. Susie pinched the bridge of her nose in between her finger and thumb in the shape of an L. Okay, in between her finger and her thumb. And cringed. Wait, why is there a quote there? Yeah, I like how as soon as Birdley appears, everything immediately becomes more comedic. Oh god fucking damn it. Oh my fucking god. She muttered. Oh my fucking god. Man sighed before creating a giant skull blaster and firing a laser near instantaneously. Cough. Time to do some drawing. Yeah, drawing is good. I like drawing. We're at 141 pages, dude. We haven't written anything. We haven't written anything, dude. Okay. Here instantaneously. Everyone sat on the edge of their seats. Okay, you guys ready for some Dragon Ball bullshit? As Birdley transformed into his ascended state. Bum 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 bum. Actually, hold on a second. I don't think this is copyrighted. DBZ Kakarot. Is the Dragon Ball Z Kakarot OST copyrighted, chat? Am I gonna get a streak? Is the thing on? Yeah, Bertha would say that. Astrid just got everyone popcorn. Hola, buenas noches. Hola, no habla español? Okay. OST. It's like Q, Fu, no, Ginyu, Toku Sentai. Well, no one's responding. Guess I'm gonna have to find out the hard way. I'd assume it's covered. This would fit so well. Okay. Guess I have to settle for video game music. No estoy seguro si tiene copy. I don't know what that meant. Mi no comprende. There's the sentence say. Weirdly transformed. And okay. This is ridiculous. Prepare to get dude, Birdley's gonna fraud check Gaster. This is fucking stupid. Play this peak. Play what? I don't know Spanish. Can someone translate? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't understand Spanish. That's what I'm saying. Jena says by K to as dit. Mi no comprende español. Por favor, inglés. I'm somewhat fluent in French. Alright, because you're Canadian. I guess French is just Spanish but German, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Wham. With a light. This is so fucking stupid. Fast. Kick. Birdly. Kicked. As if it were a soccer ball. As if it were a soccer ball. Fuck yeah. Everyone's gonna be like, oh, that's a football actually? Yeah, fuck you. I'm all redirecting. So he kicked a beam of light into the ceiling. Into the ceiling. This is so fucking dumb. This is so fucking dumb. This is gonna be the biggest aura loss of the century, dude. A circular hole appeared in the roof. It's the three heroes stood shocked. Biggest aura gain of the century. No, dude, Gas. I worked so hard to give Gaster all of his aura. Guys, without aura, life is pointless. There's no point to living if you don't have aura, chat. And the three heroes stood shocked. Yeah, mouths were agape. Eyes. This is so dumb. This is so dumb, you mean? Hello, good evening. I'm using Google Translate. Sorry if it's not completely clear. Yeah, this is pretty dumb. Sorry, chat. There. Too tired to write properly. I should have started the stream 5 fucking hours ago. Well,
What?
this is so fucking stupid. I'll say eventual said breaking the silence. This is so dumb, but you gotta appreciate it's human made, especially with AI everywhere. I feel like that's like not a compliment at all. Breaking the silence. The man let go of Ralsei's wrist. And walked forward.
Interesting.
What is this? I don't know, bro. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm enjoying this as much as my limited knowledge of the language allows. Ugh. I hate Google so much, man.
Interesting.
I don't even know how to proceed from here.
I have never seen such chicanery.
Gasser had never seen such bullshit.
Could this be?
Birdly vanished and reappeared beside the man charging up a fierce oh my god, say that again. A fierce roundhouse kick, but for some reason found himself stuck. Found himself stuck in place. Oh my god, this is so dumb. Found himself stuck in place. Noelle could feel herself move again. I'm gonna go because it's getting late. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end stream in like an hour. Good night, everyone. You were magnificent, a cat consumer in 1987. I shall remember you as long as I live. Okay, Noodle could feel herself move again. Okay, this has been a pretty shit stream. Not gonna lie. We spent 3 fucking hours recapping. We've only written 2 fucking pages. I think I legitimately have like writer's block or something. It's really hard to top the insanity that we just wrote. Buenas noches. Alright. Well, let's Noelle, could feel her. Dude, I'm so tired. I don't think this is worth it. I'm really tired. Noelle could feel herself move again. Immediately, she a man walked to see his new specimen.
How fascinating. To think. You, of all people, would achieve such heights. It's almost comical.
What the fuck am I writing? When do they start tomorrow so I can try to arrive earlier? Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I have like real life stuff to do. Usually my streams are spur of the moment. Sorry, I need to come up with a more uniform time. It's just, I usually stream when I'm not, when I don't make sufficient progress on the video I'm working on. And drawing took longer than I thought it would. And yeah. I think I need to take a break from this. I need to reread everything to get like the juices reflowing. So how about this? I have an idea. So I'm not making any progress here. This is kind of embarrassing. In that case, we'll meet again when fate brings us together. Goodbye and good night. You mean you could subscribe and then see when the next stream is? But whatever. That's it's almost comical. Birdly, Ted, and groaned. He couldn't move. It was as if he was concrete. Only 3 views fell off. Hi, Cooler. Hey, Cooler. I think I'm gonna end stream soon. I actually have an ultimatum for you guys. So, I feel like if I keep streaming this every week, this is just gonna be what my channel is known for for how long this takes, however many months, however long it takes, and that's gonna like, lead to burnout. And burnout means it won't get done. So I have an ultimatum. I have an ultimatum for you guys. You want to hear what it is? Here. I was thinking, why don't we only stream these on the weekend? Because let's think about this. A lot of you mentioned having classes. A lot of you mentioned having work. And typically people don't have those on the weekends very much, I don't think. So if we stream these on the weekends, that means that we could all enjoy it a lot more. And it also gives me time to plan these out because these streams are long and usually take a long time to make. So, how about that? So, Good, Sophia, you're getting smarter. And that way, that way we could actually go back to streaming video games. And I wanted to do drawing streams. I really wanted to do drawing streams. So that way I could, get some drawing done, which is something I'm very passionate about. While, working on the video. So, I don't know. I don't know what to do. So, what is it? Because, I don't know. Because I'm not making any progress today. It's been a while since I've done this, and I've been grinding these out pretty consistently. It will be weekends only, then we'll be on these streams on non-weekend days. Yeah, I was actually trying to stream more because, I don't really have much going on ever. So, I don't know. It would either be gaming streams or drawing streams. Though, now that I think about it, I don't know if the drawing streams will take off. And I don't know if it'd be financially viable. Which would really suck, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles. I don't know what to do. I don't care. Guys, please vote. I hate how time consuming everything is, I just keep finding myself wishing I had more time. More time to, spend with people, more time to waste on inane bullshit, just more time in general. And it's just, being stretched to my wit's end. Streaming until the wee hours of the night. Writing things. Wasting my daylight hours drawing or working on the video when I should be socializing. It just becomes too much, This isn't a bit. Clockwork, your time is up. Yeah, that's a pretty dumb story, isn't it? I don't know. This has become so long and so massive. It's kind of become its own thing. I spent 3 fucking hours reading 30 pages. I don't know, maybe this is just like a bad stream. Maybe this is just an off day. I'm not quite sure. This is like kind of bad progress-wise. We need to make more progress than this. Sophia, just do what makes you feel happy. Yeah, but that's like hard to know. The pursuit of happiness sounds good on paper, but if you don't know what makes you happy, then why the fuck am I getting all philosophical? Is it just how I am when I'm tired? I don't know, man. Personally, I would prefer gaming streams on the weekends. Well, let's talk about that then. Gaming streams on the weekends. Because originally I was going to, like, do more, I was going to try to get, like, mediocre to do Undertale again. I have no idea if they will do that. But... yeah. Now we can move on to one shot. I've returned for more curd. Yeah, that's a problem. This fucking fanfiction has gotten so big, so massive, it's not just about Curdly or shit posting anymore. It's about so much more. There's so much shit. I don't know what to do. This is crazy. Submerged in concrete. Yeah. We're at 141 pages. And that's in Google Docs. Wait, what the fuck did you... This is as if he was swimming, no. I'm not good at that Baki narration stuff. Submerged in concrete. Y'all ain't ready for this. You gotta make the fanfic. Yeah, but we're not even close to the fucking ending. We're not even close. Okay. Here. Let me do a little outlining for you. We need to finish the Gaster scene, which at this rate will take like anywhere from 3 to 4 streams. Then we have like Castletown, Calm Down arc. Then we have Carry-El Nonsense. Okay. I'm saying words that don't make sense and cohesion together. Maybe shorten how? Carry all nonsense. We got, and this is just this chapter, by the way. All of these could take multiple streams to write. I have not been productive at all. I need to like whip myself into shape. Carol nonsense. And after that, we probably have Chris versus Noel. Then we have like finale. Rudy night. Raid on town. And then, you know, Birdley night. And that's just this chapter, dude. We're not even halfway. Here's what we've completed so far. Here's what we've completed so far. The trial. That's what we've completed so far. Just this. And I don't even know what's gonna happen in chapter 3. By the way, this is what writing by the seat of your pants does. I don't know what's gonna fucking happen by chapter 3. I don't know. I guess I'll see where the wind takes me. Where did the trail lead to? No, the trial. Okay, the trial led to Toriel being sent to life in prison. And of course, people have voted, and people have voted for weekends only. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. 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 Here's what I'm going to do. We're gonna end the vote poll, and we're gonna disregard it. I've decided I'm filled with too much doubt. Right now I am filled with too much doubt. I am filled with too much doubt, and that is the enemy of creativity. I can't focus on making something because I'm focused on creating too many things right now. So I'm filled with too much doubt, and I'm too tired, and I've decided this is probably just an off day. So we're going to finish this little segment. We're going to end stream. I'm going to get a good night's rest. I'm going to wake up tomorrow. I'm going to do the things I need to do in real life, which I probably should have done today. I'm going to then pick this up later when I can, when I'm good, and when I have valuable genes in my pools. And then I'm going to, I don't know. Sleepyhead, dude, I'm so fucking tired. Submerged in concrete. Here's what we're gonna do. I don't know what I don't know, man. You ever... This is gonna sound weird. This has been a weird stream. This stream took a weird route a long time ago. You ever realize that, like, your dreams are, like, really close within grasp, but you can't go for them? Otherwise, you're basically just going to be broke for the next 5 years. You ever just, like, realize that, man? And every time you try to go for them, everything else just becomes, like, more complicated. And you get to the point where you're just recording yourself writing fan fiction because you don't know what else you're going to do. I don't think I got close to that, bro. I'm out, asleep. I'm out, asleep like a baby, honk shoe. What my dream was, I was an Avenger. Yeah, just... I don't know if I'm gonna delete this stream or not. I feel like I probably should. But if I do, we've already made too much progress. Huh. Usually I made a promise to myself that I'd just delete any stream where I got, like, really weird and personal on, but I don't know. Because you can't have that on your record forever. But I don't think I got close enough, right? Yeah, it's fine. I have a question to ask chat. Because if the answer is yes, then we're just going to move the fanfiction streams to the weekends. Submerged in concrete. He couldn't move. Oh, I already said that. The doctor moved in closer. Come on, guys, vote. Looking into Birdley's eyes. Birdley felt a cold sweat brew on his forehead. Until everyone felt the room go cold. Yeah, I thought it's just a pipe dream. No one's voting. It's been 2 minutes. Go goo cold. Everyone felt the room go cold. Then the man turned to Noel. She had re-equipped the thorn ring. That's disappointing. Oh well. Guess I'm just gonna have to do it anyway. She had re-equipped the thorn ring. The doctor stepped back in fear. Guess what, bitches? You got baited. Snowgrave. She whispered. Birdley could only look on as he saw a pillar of snow engulf the mad doctor. And soon he felt the grip of the blue magic fade. Susie looked on. Amazed at the power, the ring. Can we have nap time, Sophia? In a minute. I just want to finish this scene. And then we can all go to sleep. And I'll pick this up on Saturday. Probably Saturday, I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Guys, vote, please. The power that the thorn ring had given. And when the snow ceased, there was only an ice sculpture remained. There we go. Okay, let's reread what we wrote. The little that we did. Hello. I'm not there, I'm here. This is my brother. I get it. That's a good joke. Noelle, Susie, we need to leave now. A familiar soft voice screamed. Both Susie and Noelle turned their heads. It was Ralsei. Oh, that's a shame. The stream didn't break 1,000 views. Oh well. I don't have the energy to go on any further. I suppose that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Noelle scoffed under her peppermint breath. Read the room, she thought. Susie, however, stood up, unknowingly dropping Noelle to the floor. She landed on her feet and crossed her arms and made a pouty face. That's adorable. Susie rushed over to Ralsei. She shook her fists up and down and said, "Hey, Ralsei, please heal me. I'm out of magic. I can't heal myself." Ralsei's face fell. The doctor must have done a number on her. Actually, upon closer examination, it was surprising that Susie was still standing, given the splotches of red and purple bruises that littered her body. Sure, but we really have to go soon. Ralsei raised a hand that glowed with green sparkles. Right as Susie's face lit up, Ralsei felt a cold, bony hand on his wrist.
There's where you ran off to.
I'm glad you guys voted unanimously for that. It means a lot to me. Okay then. Started. It's settled then. Sometime in the future when I got like a script, I'll start drawing, okay? Thank you, guys. Means a lot to me. It really does. Drawing is what I'm... Art, drawing, and, you know, writing stuff is what I'm actually passionate about. This is just a means to an end for me. Whatever. Probably shouldn't have admitted half the things I said on stream today, but I don't know, man. There's no point. I'm trying to erase the past. But Susie and Rouse, they looked up with fear. Noelle stood up, but was frozen in place. She couldn't move. She looked down at her blue soul. I don't know. This song's pissing me off right now. No, I don't know what the proper vibe is for this. Let's go with this. I don't like this song. The song reminds me a lot of a Jujutsu Kaisen song. I can't play the one it reminds me of, but I feel like if it's the one that plays when Nanami's thinking about Malaysia. Both Susie and Rouse looked up with fear. Noelle stood up, but frozen in place. She couldn't move. She looked down at her blue soul. The man turned to Noelle and put a finger to his mask's lips.
That was really quite the trick, my friend.
Actually, let's check. Nope.
But now it appears you have reached an end.
Mania dripped from the old doctor's voice, despite the fact that he had reapplied his mask for some reason. It was clear that he was grinning with a perverted sentimentality. That's a good line. Damn, I'm good. No, it's not the time to be thinking about that. Anyway, Hey, stop right there, you unscrupulous malefactor. I feel like the word is inscrupulous, but unscrupulous is apparently the right spelling. Familiar, and familiar yet. I feel like that's more powerful. Annoying voice broke the tense silence. When I was a bitty boy, I lived under a box under the stars. We're in my basement, half a block from Jerry's bait shop. Okay. I don't know what that's a reference to. Sounds vaguely familiar. Everyone, and I mean everyone, turned to the blue bird brain. Bertley! Noelle shrieked. Fear not, Lady Noelle. I came to save you. He did what? Okay,
The hell are you doing here?
Susie asked. Rouse
What the hell is Birdley doing here?
I wrote Rousey twice. Rousey gave a one-armed shrug in response. He stayed silent before covering his mask with his hand.
Oh, God damn it.
The man muttered under his breath. How many more times is he going to be interrupted from doing his job? Listen here, friend. If you don't let that boy alone, I'm going to knock your block off. Birdley huffed. Confidence oozed from the alpha male. Susie pinched the bridge of her nose in between her finger and thumb and cringed. Oh my fucking god, she muttered. Inside before creating a giant skull blaster and firing a laser near instantaneously at everyone, sat on the edge of their seats as Birdley transformed into his ascendancy, and wham! With a lightning fast kick, Birdley kicked the beam as if it were a soccer ball, redirecting it into the ceiling. Circular hole appeared into the roof. There, the three heroes stood shocked, their mouths agape, everyone, their eyes bulging around their heads. What? Rousey eventually said, breaking the silence. The man let go of Rousey's wrist and walked forward.
Interesting. I have never seen such chicanery before. Could this be?
Birdley vanished and reappeared beside the man, charging with a fierce roundhouse kick, but for some reason found himself stuck in place. Noelle could feel herself move again. The man walked up to see his new specimen. She caught a breath of fresh air before being on in horror. There we go. There we go. 2 viewers. Yeah.
Fascinating to think you, of all people, would achieve such heights. It's almost comical.
Birdley grunted and groaned, but he couldn't move. It was as if he was submerged in concrete. Doctor moved closer. Looking into Birdley's eyes, Birdley felt the cold sweat brew on his forehead until everyone felt the room get cold. The man turned to Noelle. She had re-equipped the thorn ring. The doctor stepped back in fear. Snowgrave, she whispered. Birdley could only look on as he saw a pillar of snow engulf the mad doctor. Soon the grip of the blue magic faded. Susie looked on amazed. The power of the thorn ring had given Noelle. Looked on amazed by the power of the thorn ring had given Noelle, and when the snow ceased, there was an ice sculpture that remained. Okay. Hey everyone. That's all for me right now. So, yeah. That's all she wrote. Get it? Because I'm a girl and I wrote it. Yeah, so I'm gonna go to bed now. Sorry for the weird stream. I really need to apologize more for these. There's a lot going on right now, and yeah. I don't know what the future of this this fanfic series looks like, but looks like it's going to be a fanfiction. No, looks like it's going to be a weekend thing only from now on. So that's good. Probably gives me more time. Probably gives me more time to work on other things. So yeah. I hope you had a good day. I hope you had a good night. Whatever it was.